Good morning, good morning, good morning. I apologize, y'all. I'm a little late this morning. Uh, I had to make sure my doggies got taken out, and the two girls that we rescued, they're getting to where they don't want to mind because they're a little hyperactive. And I had them trained there for a while. They were doing so good, so I'm trying to get back them in the training aspect. And I do train with treats, and it does work. And usually they listen to me when they don't listen to nobody else. And I did the bread thing again today, and they love that. But they ended up going in their house and minding, and I had to get them two separate bowls because they were fighting. Um, I got to find them home soon, or hopefully I can find them homes. I've been looking. Um, but yeah, so the two girls, they were just being little hellions. Also, good morning to my bushwatchers out there. I hope y'all are having a good morning to my bushwatchers. And I know that some of y'all be busy early in the morning. Y'all be getting y'all shit together, doing things, running around like little heathens like me. So I apologize also for being late this morning. I apologize. Dealing with the new puppies and having to get all mine taken care of and making sure everybody ate their breakfast. You know what I'm saying? It's like having kids. You know what I mean? Good morning, Watcher Love. Good morning, Miss Redita. How you doing this morning? I'm going to eventually create a new thumbnail for therapy and True Crime Thursday. I figure I'll have it to where it's like a clash. Like on one side, it'll look like, a murder scene or whatnot. And on the other side, it'll look like, like a cute doctor's office, all sunshine and pretty and shit. But I just threw something together this morning because I figured we'd take care of both situations because some people do need therapy in this bitch. A lot of these people on YouTube need therapy. They need to go to a mental health professional. They crazier than all get out. We're gonna pray for them. And it's not a shame to get mental health. It's a shame when you don't get mental health and you don't take care of yourself and you're running around here like a freaking idiot. That's when it's a shame. Let me go ahead and I was looking up the updates on baby Emmanuel. Um, See if they had found the body yet. Uh, so the only update is the one we already know. Um, and then we do have this one from Court TV right here. Oh, that video is unavailable. So I guess that one's unavailable. That was from Court TV, but I suppose they took it down. Um, so yeah, the last thing we know is the press conference that came out last Wednesday. Good morning, Miss Heidi. Good morning, Miss Catherine. Good morning, CEO Boss Lady. You are a mental health specialist, Miss Reditha? And a counselor in the state. Alma, that's cool. One day I would like to interview. I know you don't really hit links like that, and you're not like a person that you know does get on people's lives like that. But I would love to do that one day. Also, uh, I'm going to do this. I would love to do that, Miss Reditha, and talk about. I love speaking about mental health and different things like that. You know how I am. And I would love to do that one day whenever you want. You just tell me when you feel comfortable. You know what I'm saying? Also, if y'all could subscribe to Miss Reditha's channel, she is trying to get her sub count up. You know what I'm saying? She's trying to get her sub count up. If we could help her get there. Yeah, I would love to do that any day you're ready, Miss Reditha. You just let me know when. And if you want me to put up a banner because you're worried about your camera coming on for whatever reason, I can do that. I've always done that. I always protect um, You know what I'm saying, my peoples? So if you ever want to, just let me know. You know, um, I would love to do that because I love to talk. Here's the thing: my therapist told me. I don't know if you've ever been. I went to therapy thinking she might know something I didn't know, right? And so that was my goal, was to learn something new, right? I love learning something new. If anybody knows that about me, they know that I love to learn new things. So when I went to therapy and I went over there and I talked to the lady and whatnot, she said, I don't really know how I can help you because you already know all of the coping mechanisms. You already know what's in the therapy, like what we're taught as therapists to do. She said, so I'm gonna ask, like, what do you want from me? That's what she asked me. I said, well, shoot, I guess we could just use this time to talk. That's all I could think about. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Mr. Mike. Good morning, Mr. Don and Mr. Mike. Good morning, Race and Love. So yeah, I literally got told by a therapist I should become a therapist. And I told her, I said, well, I'm 38 years old. You know, I said, I'm fixing to be 40. I'm not far from 40. I said, that's another 10 years of school. I said, by the time I get done becoming a licensed therapist, I said, I'm going to be in my mid to late 40s. You know what I'm saying? If not 50s, depending on which one I decide to go for. And she said, well, if you don't want to go through all that schooling again, then what I suggest is you become a life coach. You don't, for a life coach, you don't have to be licensed, or you don't have to, have the schooling and the plaques and all that other stuff. She said, because you already know, you know, the things to help people with coping mechanisms. You already know the things to help people through things. I was like, well, shoot, I already kind of do it online. The only thing I have to do is give a disclaimer. Said I'm not a medical professional and I cannot diagnose you with a damn thing. Okay? So that's what I'm going to tell you. I cannot diagnose you with a damn thing. What I can do is help you through your situation. I cannot diagnose nor can I give medications. But I can help you through your shit. And see, that's another thing, Miss Raditha, I would love to hear on your channel is, I know you can't break HIPAA violations. You can't tell like who the patient is or none of that stuff. But what you can do as a medical professional, you can talk about some of your craziest cases, like some of the things you went through, right, as a mental health professional. Now, what you can't do, you can't give names, you can't give identifying information. You know what I'm saying? You can't give out like patients, personal information. But you can talk about your experiences because of HIPAA violation. Well, if you're not practicing anymore, actually you can. But if you're still practicing, you know how it is with HIPAA and shit. So you can talk about your personal experiences. You can talk about your cases. You just can't give out a name and shit like that. You know what I mean? You should totally do that, Miss Raditha. People would probably love to hear that. Like the time you got bit. No, I'm just saying, that's Miss Raditha didn't say she ever got bit, but I'm just saying, there's some crazy shit that goes down at mental hospitals, just saying. And especially at a state facility. There's some crazy shit that be going down there, I'm just saying. I see doctors and like nurses do it all the time. They talk about like some of their craziest experiences. They just don't put a name to it. They don't put any identifying information. You know what I mean? Well, technically, she cannot diagnose you over the internet, Mr. Mike. That would be against her Hippocratic oath. You can't do that without a full medical workup. I don't know if you know that because you can't diagnose anybody with shit. Uh, but what you can do is you have to tell someone Basically, I cannot medically diagnose you, but I can lead you to the information that you might need for your mental health. Like me, myself, and I know I have ADHD. I've had ADHD my entire life. I've known about it since I was little. I didn't get diagnosed till last year. Till I was, or 2 years ago now. I didn't get diagnosed with ADHD until I was 36 years old. But I knew I had it my entire life. My ADHD is very visible. It's not, I can't hide my ADHD like some people can. Like for some, ADHD for every person is different, just like autism for every person is different, just like a mental disability is different for every individual. A lot of bipolar disorder is different for individuals, the way it acts with each person, right? So each person, clinically, they're going to be similar in a lot of ways, right? But it's going to present in different ways for each individual person. So there are people out there who you can't tell have ADHD because it doesn't come out physically. It's all internal for them, right? But for me, it's very physical. It's outside. You can see it. I do the leg shake. I do the head bob. I do the hands, the movements. I can't help that. When it gets real severe, like y'all seen me when I'm unmedicated, you've heard me. I get 45 miles an hour when I speak. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, most of your patients came to you already with diagnoses. My ADHD is very, very visible. I can't hide it. It shows up, and it shows out when it wants to. And I get real animated when my ADHD acts up. And people don't understand that that's just part of my ADHD for me. So when I be up on links sometimes and that side of me comes out, people think I'm playing or I'm doing something weird. But no, that's my ADHD. That's how it presents for me. It comes out. And when it comes out, my goofy side comes out. And I get more, I guess you'd call me ratchet as fuck. I guess that's what you call me. I don't know what the fuck you want to call me. I don't label it. It just is what it is, homie. It does it. I can't help it. It is what it is. I just took my medicine. Oh, and also, this is y'all's med check reminder. Please take your medication so you won't be like me and forget that shit. Because that's another thing with ADHD. I'm very forgetful about taking my medicine sometimes, or even eating. I forget to eat sometimes if I don't like make myself. If I say, "Oh no, I'm gonna eat it a little while," I ain't hungry right now, and I never get that hunger pain all day long. I'll forget to eat. Like if I don't get a hunger pain, I forget to eat sometimes. And because of my stomach condition makes me feel full sometimes. So I've went a full 24 to 48 hours without eating before and not realizing how unhealthy that really is. Because that's the way ADHD works. Out of sight, out of mind. So like I have to make sure I get my doctor's offices to send me text messages about appointments. If they don't, I forget about those appointments. Mm-hmm. So that's why I love when they do the text things. Y'all, my dogs is over here playing right in front of the computer. So if they knock something around, I apologize. They're being little hellions. But no, on the, I want to do something right quick. So we know about the Emmanuel Haro case, right? But what mental health conditions, right, can make someone do something like that? So it would cause aggression, anger. What can we can't diagnose Jake Harrow with anything, right? But we can speculate what causes extreme anger, right? Agitation, those kind of things right there are what things that we should look at for him. But intermittent explosive disorder is one of them. Intermittent explosive disorder. Hey, happy caffeinated couple. I'll tell you this, happy caffeinated couple. I have dealt with ADHD my entire life. If you ever have a question about ADHD, or ways to cope or ways to deal with it, for 36 years I was not medicated. I just got medicated when I turned 36 years old. This to turn 37. Right as I turned 37, I got medicated for the first time in my entire life. So I dealt with ADHD, and from a personal perspective, I can tell you things that will help you, and you don't necessarily have to get medicated. There are ways to cope and deal with ADHD. The reason I decided to get um, medicated was because I have anxiety and ADHD, and they're not friends. They don't like each other, and one of those bitches had to go, and that was the reason. Oh, you can mention the two names, Happy Caffeinated Couple. Yes, you can. I promote things like that. Yes, if you ever want to promote something, you're more than welcome to do so. So I'm thinking that, with Jake Harrow and the Harrow case, right? This man has extreme anger issues, right? Extreme anger issues. And to think, like, in order to abuse a child, you have to have something mentally wrong with you. Not giving an excuse to his behavior, there is no excuse. It's just to look at it, like when we look at serial killers, right? And we look at the whys, the whats, and the how comes. How come somebody would do something like that? Why would they do something like that? What's going on with them mentally? It is totally not a justification. But he doesn't value life. I really think he may be um, borderline sociopath, because obviously he has no empathy, and that's a huge thing for people with a sociopathic disorder. They don't have empathy. They don't know how to show empathy. But also at the same time, I'm thinking about like these um, intermittent explosive disorder. They like to damage property or objects, physically assaulting people, acting aggressive or impulsive, potentially including violent behavior, engaging in heated verbal arguments, threatening others, getting into physical fights. Um, IED is what it is called. Intermittent explosive disorder, and he may have borderline personality disorder, possible. It is actually a key symptom of BPD. Hold on just a minute, y'all. Okay. And so, yeah, I've heard that intermittent explosive is very dangerous for mental health professionals and sociopaths, um, especially when you work in the health field, because you never know when they're going to explode on you. And imagine if they have a multi diagnosis. So they have sociopathic tendencies. Good morning, way up, dude. How you doing? Um, you got to think. Uh, they could have BPD, borderline personality disorder. They could have bipolar disorder, um, oppositional defiant disorder. disruptive mood dysregulation disorder. People who, though, tend to usually have these kinds of disorders usually end up passing, like, here's the thing, that leads to a lot of other health. You got to think your mental health and your physical health are actually hand in hand. A lot of people do not think about that. Hey, Racing Stars Beauty. I think I said hey already, but I'll just making sure I said it again. Hey, Crazy Brat, my love. Um, People who have like anger issues and do things like that, like we're talking about the, for those that are just coming in, the things that we think mental health wise that Jake Haro has from this Emmanuel Haro case, they've not, the latest update, we don't have a body yet. Okay, guys, we don't. The last update was the one they gave that I gave y'all last week. That's the latest update that we have, was the press conference on Wednesday. As far as I know, I looked it up and I didn't see anything new. It seems to be the same stuff. Now, what we're talking about is we're relating true crime to mental health. Some, some of these people, do they, suffer from psychotic or sociopathic disorders? Because here's the thing, there's a difference between a psychopath and a sociopath. Let me actually look that up for y'all so I can show y'all. So that y'all know the difference. And then there's narcissism, right? So I'm going to read you the difference between, what's the difference between a sociopath and a psychopath. Sociopaths and psychopaths lack empathy for others, but they differ in impulsivity, relationships, conscience, and emotion. Of the two, psychopath is generally seen to be more severe condition than sociopath, but there is much overlap between the two. Sociopath versus psychopaths. Sociopath may have a weak conscience, quick to anger when confronted with their behavior, often legal issues, and unstable personal lives. Sociopath typically lack a conscience, generally do not explode under pressure, and only get into relationships to use other people. That's why I think he's a sociopath and not a psychopath. But they are very, very similar. But see, a psychopath has no conscience, they don't really feel emotions like a regular person does. So they don't generally feel happiness. They don't generally feel sadness. They don't generally feel anger and the emotions that we have. But a sociopath does have those feelings. They just feel it in a weaker sense, right? So that's the difference between a sociopath and a psychopath. Traits of sociopaths versus psychopath. A sociopath is not the same thing as a psychopath, although the terms are often used interchangeably in conversation and popular culture. Neither is an official diagnosis. Instead, sociopath and psychopath describe a set of traits that fall under the larger umbrella of antisocial personality disorder, ASPD. This is a personality disorder in which a person shows little or no regard for right and wrong, largely ignores the rights and feelings of others. Sociopath and psychopath are both referred to in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 5th edition, the DSM-5. Included by the American Psychiatric Association, however, the terms are considered more descriptive than diagnostic. Of the two, a sociopath is closely aligned with the definition of ASPD. In contrast, a psychopath suggests a set of behaviors that can overlap with ASPD, but can also fall well outside the diagnosis of ASPD. While the lack of clear definition has led to confusion and the random use of both terms, some researchers believe that there are clear distinctions between sociopathic and psychopathic behaviors. In 1999, Canadian psychologist Robert Hare created the Hare Psychopathic Checklist, the PCL Revised, outlining a set of behaviors that fall under the umbrella of psychopathy. This serves as a basis to differentiate sociopaths from psychopaths. Sociopathic traits: breaking the law, physical aggression, manipulation of others for personal gain, anger and hostility, unpredictable mood swings, impulsive behavior, chaotic and dramatic, exploitation of other people, irresponsible, unreliable in relationships. Versus psychopathic traits: feeling few, if any, emotions, sadism, pleasure from causing pain to others, lack of care for others, psychological lying, charming personality, lack of fear, risk taking behavior, inability to love, no remorse or wrongdoing, poor judgment or lack of life goals, using relationships purely for gain. Conscious and impulsivity. A key difference between sociopaths and psychopaths relates to moral behavior and consciousness, the ability to differentiate between right and wrong. While sociopaths may have a weak conscience and try to justify their actions, psychopaths typically lack a conscience. Sociopaths also act more impulsively, jumping on opportunities without thought. Psychopaths tend to be more strategic and think before acting intentionally even if irrationally. Anger in relationships. People with psychopath are often quick to get angry when confused, confronted about their behavior. They often have legal issues and unstable personal lives and are more likely to get into relationships with like-minded people if only to support their unstable self-image. By contrast, psychopaths generally do not explode under pressure. They may even underreact in dangerous or stressful situations, or try to charm their way out of a situation. A person with psychopath will also avoid getting into relationships unless it serves their interest. Once a relationship has no tangible value to them, they are quickly to abandon it without a moment's thought. What is antisocial social personality disorder? ASPD is typically a personality disorder in which a person has a limited capacity for empathy and long-term patterns of violations of other people's rights. For a person to be diagnosed with ASPD, they must meet at least 3 of the 7 criteria outlined in the DSM-5. Failing to conform to laws or social norms, including repeated breaking laws, deceitfulness, repeated lying or conning others for profit or personal pleasure, impulsivity, failing to plan ahead, acting on the spur of the moment, irritability or aggression, including repeated physical fights or assaults, consistent irresponsibility, including a failure to meet obligations, including financial obligations, lack of remorse, including being different when hurting, mistreating, or stealing from someone over 18 years of age who has exhibited these behaviors before the age of 15. Disorders that may occur with sociopathy and psychopathy. Another way that psychopaths differ from sociopaths is that the type of coexisting mental disorders they commonly have. People with sociopathy, tend to experience mood disorders that can cause them personal distress, even if they feel no remorse about the harm they cause others. These include major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder, sexuality disorders, substance use disorders, somatic symptom disorder. By contrast, people with psychopath are more likely to experience other personality disorders. This is evidenced by an older study involving maximum security prisoners in Escudero State Penitentiary, in which 4 types of psychopaths were identified: narcissist, borderline, sadistic, antisocial. Among these prisoners, these personality disorder traits could occur on their own or in combination. Are you born a sociopath or psychopath? Researchers believe that environmental factors such as unstable family life play a big role in the development of ASPD. In this context, a sociopath may seem to be a product of their upbringing. In contrast, some researchers theorize that abnormal brain psychology or chemistry may contribute to psychopathic behaviors. This suggests psychopaths are more likely to have been born this way. While the research is far from conclusive and under considered debate, there is some evidence to support these theories. And you know, hey Cash, how are you doing? Hey Miss Danny. Hey TT Love. We were looking up. Thank you, Mr. Jim Cottington, the best Jim, the only Jim that ever was and will be. I was over there reading the you know, the difference between a psychopath and a sociopath. Because here's the thing, they are you know, they are two sides of a coin. Hey, the hood table boo. I hope you're doing well, love. Um, you know, they're two flips of a coin. A lot of people use the terms interchangeably, but technically they are different. A sociopath is someone who basically is a less severe form of a sociopath, a psychopath. So sociopaths literally are like, if we had to equate it to something we could know, right? Psychopaths would be serial killers. A lot of these, especially the ones, okay, I got it right here. Jeffrey Dahmer is a sociopath. He actually felt empathy about what he did, but very little. That would be considered a sociopath. A psychopath would be considered Ted Bundy or, you know, some of the other, the clown guy, because they felt no empathy, no regard, literally had no feelings about it. Very similar in nature, all similar in nature, all did really heinous acts, right? But then you can break it down to what you see. Here's the thing, every person, if a person is born or has psychopathic or sociopathic tendencies, does not mean that they will become a serial killer. Does not mean that they will do that. I don't know if y'all have watched, there was this professor who actually did a test on his students to see if anybody was born or had psychopathic tendencies. He did a test. He didn't put the names on the test. He graded the test. One person came out to be really high on the scale, right? So when they literally pulled up the test, guess who was the psychopath when he finally looked up who the name was? Himself, the professor himself. And he never knew he had it. He had a whole entire family, a life. He graduated top of his class, never did anything hurtful to anybody else. Basically, a sociopath is the one that has antisocial personality disorder, and a psychopath is more closer to a narcissist. More closer, they can coexist. So, by what this study is saying, I'll read that back again for you just to make sure. Sociopaths are in more contrast with major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder, sexuality disorder, substance abuse, and somatic symptom disorder, versus a psychopath are closer to a narcissist, borderline personality disorder, sadistic, and antisocial disorder. ASPD. So basically, that's what psychopaths are more associated, like to have in combination with. So a sociopath tends to have more emotions, right? They have more emotions. They still don't have the same emotional regulation we do as normal people, and feel the empathy and the terribleness and all that. But they will do the same things a psychopath would do, but they have more emotion to it. Where a psychopath lacks emotion really terribly. Very, very, very harsh to have. They tend to have, they don't understand emotion sometimes. Like, they don't even be happy. Like a psychopathic tendency person doesn't understand happiness. And even in a room full of people, if a joke is told, they will look at other people to know when to laugh because they don't find comedy funny because to them, they don't understand that. It's like that part is not there for them in their brain. Like when their mother dies, they can feel sad. They just don't feel it like we do, right? Yeah, pretty much. According to that study, Miss Danny, pretty much. The way that I would equate it so people could kind of understand is Jeffrey Dahmer was a sociopath while Ted Bundy was a psychopath. Okay, because we know that Jeffrey Dahmer actually felt emotion about his and was upset about what he had done, right? Feelings. He had feelings about it, even though he still did it, right? Versus Ted Bundy never had an emotion, didn't care, never admitted to what he did, never did that, right? Didn't cry, didn't bother him. It to him, a human life meant nothing, right? So that's the way that if you had to think about it in serial killer fashion, right? Um, because he actually felt some emotion, that's why he would fall under sociopath versus someone who felt no emotion would fall under psychopath. I will say, I have a best friend that has bipolar disease. She is one of the coolest people, and I hate to see when she's on her downward swings because they're very bad. But when she's on her upswings, she's one of the sweetest people. And she's never taken her anger explosive out on me ever, but I have seen it come out of her. I've had to calm her down. Right? What up, Mix? How you doing, beautiful? She was on like 4 or 5 different medications for hers. They had her on Seroquel, Depakote, fucking 3 or 4 other medicines. She had severe form of bipolar disorder. Um, and this is when we were teenagers. She stopped taking her meds, though. I will tell you this: she did eventually learn to cope with bipolar disorder, and knows now how to deal with it. Um, she stopped taking it because she got pregnant. She had kids, and the medicines would make her super sleepy, and she wouldn't be able to be a good mom, if that makes sense, because it would make her like almost fall asleep for 2 to 3 or 4 or 5 hours. It would make her like a zombie. And she didn't like the way the medicines made her feel. Now she ended up getting on I think just like a regular antidepressant for the depression part of her bipolar. But she deals with the other part. So when she gets the extreme anger or whatnot, she walks away from people she loves and actually has a punching bag. And like, so she's learned coping mechanisms to deal with bipolar disorder. I'm not saying don't medicate. I'm just saying there are coping mechanisms for every single thing. Like if you have explosive anger disorder, get into something constructive. Like learn how to box, go to martial arts, wear yourself out that way. When you're angry and when you're wanting to be explosive, get you a punching bag, put it outside, right? And just go to town on it. Go to town on it. Your anger will dissipate, right? Because you're physically getting your anger out in a healthy, constructive way. And you're also, if you think about it, you're doing something healthy for your body because you're doing that. Also, Miss Danny, I would love for you to have a topic show. I'm just saying, and hit your link. I really know that you've been busy with school and life and work and things, but and I know that most likely the time you would be able to go live, I probably wouldn't be able to be there, which would suck because it would probably be a Saturday, but hopefully it would be a Sunday night, and not too late. But I do understand your point, Miss Danny. I would love for you to do like this kind of topic show, and we just all get up there and talk about it. That would be great in my opinion, and I think a lot of people could add value because we have an actually very intelligent group of people, extremely intelligent group of people. that could add a lot to any subject, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? She had three different personalities. Ooh. Okay, here's the thing though. I want to, like, with, I'm going to say this. There's a new set. I want to know if I'm right in my thinking on this with a mental health professional. Ms. Perdita, I'm specifically asking this to you or anyone else that has studied mental health professionally or, just in your spare time. I've seen an uptick of people faking multi personality disorder. I've seen an uptick of people faking um, having Tourette's syndrome. Okay. I actually had a very close friend of mine that had Tourette's, and it was not a fun time with him. He said it absolutely physically hurt to try to stop the tics. It absolutely physically hurt him. Also, every person that I've known with multiple personality disorder who switches to different personalities does not know that they switch. They lose track of time and lose track of days. What I'm seeing now is people are claiming they know who their alters are. They know who their extra personalities are. I have never heard that in my life. Am I wrong for that, thinking that that person is faking if they know about their switches unless somebody else tells them? Because the way I've only heard is if somebody else tells somebody and tells them that they've switched. Like if they have a partner or a person that stays with them full time, they'll be like, "Did you know?" Or because they know a person, and when a person changes and their personality changes, and they speak differently and they act differently, right? And that's the only time I've ever known if somebody actually physically knows about what their alters are, who their alters are, is if they have someone there to kind of know about it, right? Um, but some of these people, I believe, are faking, and I don't want to say that, but am I under the assumption that that's truth about multi personality disorder, that the person doesn't know that they switch? Like they just lose track of time or someone else has to call it out to them? Most people I know that get diagnosed with that disorder get diagnosed because they've missed like hours, 2 to 3 days of their time. And they're like, what the hell just happened? Or, they meet new people that they've already met that they don't even know they met. And they're like, I don't know you. But, they have a conversation about something the person knows. I'm really truthfully thought process of really want to know if I'm right about my thought process on that, because that medically in textbooks wise, that's the way it's written, right? Textbooks wise. I don't know if there could be a spectrum, if that makes
I'm
sense.
pretty sure there is. For
about that, y'all. It was my son. He walked in. He wanted to talk about what we were talking about. Um, so basically, the way that with did and with things like that, I think that more research needs to be done. In my personal opinion, I do know what the textbooks say, but there can always be room to expand a textbook, right? But one thing I will say, you don't have to pretend to have anything. You don't have to pretend to be bipolar. You don't have to pretend to be HD, to be unique and awesome just the way you are. Because here's the thing, every one of you that are in this audience right now, and hey, Fast and Steady, he came in so fast as fuck, boy, that there will never be another you on this universe. You know that, right? There will never be another Racing Stars. There will never be another Fast Eddie. There will never be another Miss Raditha, another Mix, because they'll never be. There could be somebody that kind of looks like you, but they'll never have your same personality or that been through the things that you've been through that shaped you into who you are. So that's what makes you unique and amazing, right? We're each individuals that have been through things that have shaped us into who we are. Like let's say this, there's identical twins, right? They look exactly the same. You can hardly tell them apart, but their personalities are completely different. Why? Because each one of them have different experiences in life, and those experiences is actually what shape us to be the person that we are today. So whether something good or bad happens in your life, right? Be thankful for those experiences, because let me explain to you why. Without those experiences, you wouldn't be you. You wouldn't have learned the things that you learned. You wouldn't be able to help others or be the person that you are. Is my sound choppy, y'all? Hold on just a minute. Is that better? Is that better, y'all? Does that sound better? It may be StreamYard, y'all. StreamYard's acting up. Hold on just a minute. Let me test this theory out right quick. I'm trying to change some of the settings in StreamYard. All right, so that sounds better. Thank y'all. Thank you for letting me know, Mix. I did not know that the sound was all messed up. I had to go in there and turn on cut out background noise. And when I just listened, that sounds better to everybody. Sorry about that, y'all. Did not know that my sound was getting choppy. Lord do Jesus. I apologize for that. Also, I want to go over here and see who actually got the membership, the free membership from Mr. Jim. Oh, Miss Kimberly Black got it. What? Okay. So we back now, as far as I know. If it gets choppy again, please let me know, because I'll have to drop down and come back. Because y'all know, oh, it's getting choppy again. Hold on. Is that better, y'all? Because you know how StreamYard be. So hopefully that's better. I just reset StreamYard and reloaded and whatnot. Sometimes you have to do that. StreamYard be choppy as shit for no apparent reason. I've been hearing people having trouble out of the sound in StreamYard recently. A lot of people have been saying that. I was on a live one day and just everybody and their mama was having issues. Sorry about that, y'all. We were getting into that topic too, wasn't we? But no, sociopaths versus psychopaths. And then you have narcissistic personality disorder, right? And we have a lot of narcissists here on YouTube, technically. If you really think about it, um, you know, I'm going to go into narcissistic personality disorder and the symptoms and the things that, it's a mental condition and you need therapy if you have it. Just don't be afraid. It says symptoms of narcissistic personality disorder and how severe they are can vary. Some people with disorder can have an unreasonably high sense of self-importance and require constant, excessive admiration, feel they deserve privileges and special treatment, expect to be recognized as superior even without achievements, make achievements and talents seem bigger than they are, be preoccupied with fantasies about success, power, brilliance, beauty, or the perfect mate, believe they're superior to others and can only spend time with or be understood by equally special people, be critical of and look down on people they feel are not important, expect special favors and expect other people to do what they want without questioning them, take advantage of others to get what they want, have an inability or unwillingness to recognize the needs and feelings of others, be envious of others and believe others envy them, behave in an arrogant way, brag a lot about, and come across as conceited, and insist on having the best of everything. For instance, the best car or office. At the same time, people with narcissistic personality disorder have trouble handling anything they view as criticism. They can become impatient or angry when they don't receive special recognition or treatment, have major problems with interacting with others and easily feel slighted, react with rage or contempt and try to belittle other people to make themselves appear superior, have difficulty managing their emotions and behavior, experience major problems dealing with stress and adapting to change, withdraw from or avoid situations in which they might fail, feel depressed and moody because they fall short of perfection, have secret feelings of insecurity, shame, humiliation, and fear of being exposed as a failure. Don't that sound like something? It is not known what causes narcissistic personality disorder. The cause is likely complex. Narcissistic personality disorder may be linked to environment, parent-child relationship with either too much adoration or too much criticism that don't match the child's actual experiences and achievements, genetics, inherited characteristics, such as certain personality traits, neurobiology, the connection between the brain and behavior and thinking. Complications of narcissistic personality disorder and other conditions that can occur along with it include relationship difficulties, problems at work or school, depression and anxiety, other personality disorders, and eating disorder called anorexia, both physical problems, drug and alcohol misuse, or suicidal thoughts and behavior. Prevention for this is get treatment as soon as possible from childhood mental health problems. Participate in family therapy to learn healthy ways to communicate or to cope with conflicts or emotional distress. Attend parenting clinics. It's not a shame to have narcissistic personality disorder. It is a shame to not get help. That's what a shame is. I will say this, Ms. Raditha, my grandmother went through schizophrenia for a very little while. It was caused by a medication. A lot of people don't know this, that certain medications that you take can cause schizophrenic episodes, which can or can't go away. Depending on, some of them end up staying schizophrenic, and some people actually it goes away for them. My grandmother literally saw a demon standing in her room, and she swears to God she saw like 40 Mexican people crossing my lake like the Rio Grande, and she saw my son out in her front yard playing when he wasn't there. And I said, and I was the only one that could get through to her delusions when she had them. She swore somebody broke into her house. That didn't happen. I actually, to each one of those stories, I'll explain them to you. When she saw the people in my backyard trying to cross my lake, I told her, I said, first off, Granny, if they were in my backyard, wouldn't I do something about that? She goes, yeah. So that helped her see through the delusion. When she thought she saw my son in her yard, I said, Granny, I said, my son has cerebral palsy. You know I wouldn't let him be out there by himself. I would be out there with him. She goes, yeah. I said, was I out there? She goes, no. I said, that lets you know what he wasn't out there, right? And then come, when she had the thought process of somebody breaking in, she had an old air conditioner, and when the compressor would kick in, air conditioner when it would kick in. I was the only person that could talk her through her delusions. Anybody else she would argue with and fight because she thought they were calling her crazy. But I was the one that could get through to her because she knew that I wouldn't make fun of her or putting her down. Like I was showing her the truth. I wasn't calling her crazy. Oh yeah, Jexlyn, it is true crime. And what we're going to start doing is we're going to do true crime and therapy on Thursday. And I'm going to make a new thumbnail. I just put this one together for like a 5-second easy thing. When we start talking about some of these true crime cases, we're going to look at also what mental health plays a part in these cases, in some of these cases. Like, do we think they have bipolar disorder? Do we think they're a psychopath or a sociopath? Do we possibly think, and these are all alleged, there is no excuse, right? But it leads to a why, a when, a how. Why would somebody do something like this? Because a normal person does not think about abusing a child. A normal person just doesn't go around murdering people, right? A normal person doesn't go to that extreme. The only way a normal person is pushed to that extreme is if somebody pushes them over the edge. Now, that is a thing that can happen, right? If you take away a person's only hope left in life and the thing that they love, you could push them to that. Smooches, Dr. Creole, Libra Butterfly, my sister from another mister. I hope you are feeling good this morning, and you got to let me know what happened with that situation with your daughter. And one day, for my audience, they're new to this, I would like to, because I do true crime, go over that case and whatnot, and spread awareness about her case. You know what I'm saying? And crazy people like the lady who did that, because that lady was off her fucking rocker. And I would like to equate not only like what she did, but also look at the mental aspect of it. And see, that's no excuse for what anybody does. Having a mental disorder does not excuse your bad behavior, but it leads us into a process of thinking of why someone did what they did, right? Like with me, my ADHD, and I've seen people use ADHD as an excuse to be an asshole. ADHD is not an excuse to be an asshole. You're just a fucking asshole. Damn it. It's not me. I'm getting mad. I'm getting mad at it. Is that any better? Let me try to check on the let me edit my mic settings. Maybe that'll be better. All right. So I did everything I know how to do with StreamYard. Y'all know StreamYard. Oh Lord, I swear. It's off and on. That it's probably StreamYard doing that, because it does that sometimes. I don't know why. but occasionally StreamYard does that, and I can't really do much about that. What I can try, let me try this right quick and see if this helps. Maybe my background is causing it because it's going through, and sometimes let me put a solid background back here. Let's do this. Maybe StreamYard is having problem with its problem. Smooches mix. Maybe the movement of the background is causing something. I don't know what to tell. Hey, damn it, Mandy, how are you doing, love? So I'm gonna put up that true crime background right now, and hopefully, I don't know, maybe StreamYard's just having a little issue today. We'll see what goes on as the day goes on, I suppose. But we have a lot of narcissists running around here, and we, believe it or not, there's a possibility there could be people running around on this YouTube street that are sociopaths or psychopaths. They very well could be. Um, you know, I can't legally diagnose anybody with shit because I'm not a legal professional doctor, but we can assume and we can allegedly think about it, right? But with the Emmanuel Haro case, no, I haven't, Miss Mandy. The Laking Snelling case, I have not. Let me go ahead and search that up right quick. Give me just a second, guys. Sorry about that, y'all. But we're going to look at the Lakin Snelling case. It's a beauty queen cheerleader charged in her baby's trash bag murder. Okay. Uh, we're going to, this is as of 1 hour ago. We have an update. So we're going to show this new update. Let me share screen. This is the new details according to the New York Post. Mystery surrounding the death of Lakin Snelling's baby as cheerleader accused of being a serial bully. Um, let's go ahead and that's today's. I don't know why all these pop-ups always pop up. Anyway, let's go down here. Mystery still surrounds the exact cause of death of college cheerleader Lakin Snelling's newborn, who was found dumped in a trash bag in her campus room, as former classmates also accuse her of being an appearance-obsessed serial bully. Snelling, a 21-year-old member of the University of Kentucky's stunt team, wore a glamorous red dress and makeup as she was supported by her dad in court this week to plead not guilty to a slew of charges over her baby's shocking death late last month. An autopsy showed that her newborn was a boy, but did not determine exactly how he had died before he was dumped in a closet, according to WKYT. I understand the community's concern and sensitivities surrounding the death of a child, Fayette County Coroner Gary Ginn said in the coroner's report seen by the outlet. We are conducting a thorough and methodical death investigation to ensure all facts are carefully considered. Snelling pled not guilty to court on Tuesday, concealing the birth of an infant, tampering with physical evidence, and abuse of a corpse. She appeared solemn and spoke only briefly to agree with the judge's orders. She was seen holding the hand of her father, Terry Snelling, a construction company supervisor based in Jefferson City, Missouri. It comes as the family of one of Snelling's former classmates branded the student as appearance-obsessed serial bully who even tried to run down a fellow student with her Jeep. Yeah, she does seem like the type that's overly invested in her own looks. Um, She was obsessed with her appearance, very obsessed with being popular and fitting in. Sydney Kite told the Daily News Mail, accusing Snelling of mercilessly bullying her sister and some of her friends. Lakin had many people that she took her personal anger out on. My sister was one of them, said Kite, who went to the same high school. While in high school, she tried to run over one of my closest friends with her Jeep. The bullying got so bad, my friend had to be pulled out of school and transferred to another because Lakin had taken it so far. Snelling's family did not respond immediately to requests for comment. Yeah, anybody who literally puts their face on the side of their car, yeah, you're a little bit obsessed with that. That's not cool. Snelling, who was arrested on Sunday, was ordered to remain in home incarceration and live with her parents after posting a $100,000 bail, court records show. Yeah, that seems like, I don't know about y'all. I don't know about y'all. But don't it seem like she's full of herself and literally like one of those girls that are like mean girls because they're technically really insecure, but they want to try to make others feel bad. And it seems like her parents are focused in on that, and it makes it worse, 10 times worse. She's got to be the best. She's got to be, you know, like she's got to be the, yeah, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna watch us a yeah, here's the thing. If they did a DNA test and the baby's proven to be hers and they found the baby in a trash can, yeah, she sounds very much like a narcissist. It's all about her and nobody else. And she looks like the type that would hide a pregnancy, that would try to do something like that because she doesn't want it to ruin her perfect image. You know what I'm saying? We're going to try to find some more information about this. She was a UK cheerleader at the University of Kentucky, pretty much. We're going to try to find some more. Let's look some. Let's look at this law and crime one. We're going. Well, why? Why is it every one of the law and crime ones are not showing up for some reason? Hold on. Let me look on Law and Crime's website. Maybe that Law and Crime. Because it seems like their their videos are not popping up on some things. Let's see if we can find let's see if we can find the one about the girl. Let's see, let's see. I'm trying to find I don't know why their video, every time I click on one of their videos it's like it's down or something. I don't know what's going on with that one. For Court TV and uh hold on, let me go over here and go. Let's go to Lakin Snelling. Here we go. Seems like they've been taking down their videos or something. I don't know what's going on with that. Let's see. Let's go to. Why are all the videos unavailable? This is strange. Oh, there we go. We found one. I was like, why are all the videos of this hidden? I'm like, this is conspiracy theory. Like every video I was clicking from a news station was like, weird. Okay. Share this tab instead. This is from a news station. Lakin pleads not guilty. This is the news story. Oh. Here's my thing about this case right here. It just seems like okay, I'll read the basically is saying she pled not guilty during her recent court appearance, and that the baby was found in a closet wrapped in a towel. The cause of death has not been determined yet. Hey, free side, the best side. Um, I'm gonna say that what I think is that she was hiding uh, the pregnancy. The question, if the matter is, was the baby still alive when she put it in a closet, or had the baby been a stillbirth? Because she got either way, she's neglectful. Because here's the thing, she didn't get any medical care, anything while pregnant, right? So it could have been the end of her life and that child's life. And no matter what, she did desecrate a body. So I don't know why she thinks pleading not guilty to that, because that's technically, um, you know, she put the baby in a trash bag in a closet. Like, what? Why would your brain want to go to that? Um, it's undetermined, is what they're saying. Here we go. I think this actually shows. Yeah, okay, here we go. This shows the actual charges, y'all. This will show y'all the actual charges. This is the actual information on the case. So we're going to share this. Share this tab instead. Stop sharing this. I'm going to exit off that. Okay. Well, I guess I accidentally stopped screen sharing, y'all. I didn't mean to. Let me read. Here we go. So, cause of infant's death found in closet remains undetermined, coroner reports. University of Kentucky student connected to infant's death pleads not guilty, post $100K bond. So her charges are as follows: violation code 36201, 250230, and 3 of 0260, which is charge 1, concealing the birth of an infant; 2, tampering with physical evidence; and 3, abuse of a corpse. This right here is literally the charges on the docket. Officers were dispatched to a listed suspect's address regarding an infant being located inside of a closet. Infant was locatedly wrapped in a towel inside of a black trash bag. The listed were interviewed and admitted to giving birth. Furthermore, the listed suspect admitted to concealing and clearing any evidence, placing all cleaning items used inside of a black trash bag, including the infant who was wrapped in a towel, and cleaning the evidence of the birth. The listed suspect tampered with said evidence that provided that she had given birth, and the infant and towels placed inside of a black trash bag. The listed suspect treated the corpse in a way that would, take out sensibilities and all that stuff. And so they literally have it right here, but I'm going to go ahead and play this video and see if it has any more information than the other video had.
Imagine boundless healthcare. Care so personal it makes your best tomorrow possible, where leading experts offer more options through groundbreaking research and clinical trials. That's boundless care for better outcomes.
Good evening, I'm Megan Mannering.
And I'm Larry Smith. The UK student athlete arrested for allegedly hiding the body of her baby appeared in Fayette County Court today.
21-year-old Laken Snelling is charged with several crimes in connection to the case, according to Lexington police. LEX 18's Drew Ammon reports in tonight's big story at 6.
Laken Snelling entering a courtroom Tuesday in downtown Lexington. Standing next to attorney Brandon Marshall, Snelling entered a plea of not guilty at a 1 p.m. arraignment. The 21-year-old was arrested by Lexington police, charged with abuse of a corpse, tampering with physical evidence, and concealing the birth of an infant. According to an arrest citation, officers were called to her home last Wednesday after a dead newborn was found hidden in a closet. The citation says the infant was found wrapped in a towel inside of a black trash bag. Also, according to the citation, after being interviewed by officers, Snelling admitted to giving birth and to concealing the birth by cleaning any evidence, placing all cleaning items used inside of a black trash bag, including the infant, who was wrapped in a towel. After being arrested, she was in the Fayette County Detention Center until yesterday, posting a $100,000 bond, according to a court document. Now on home incarceration with no ankle monitor, Snelling is on house arrest at her parents' home in Tennessee.
Just make sure you're abiding by those terms.
Snelling, a member of the UK stunt team the last 3 seasons, will now appear in court again September 26th. That court appearance will start at 8:30 a.m. Drew Ammon in downtown Lexington, LEX 18.
Why is it always those cheerleader types that this shit happens to? You ever notice that shit? Why is it always like? I don't this has happened multiple times. We've seen it. It says this death affects many lives in our neighboring state of Tennessee, as well as those in the Commonwealth. We are currently conducting a thorough and methodical death investigation to ensure all facts are carefully considered, the report read. A court document revealed that the 21-year-old UK student, Laken Snelling, who was arrested in connection to the death of an infant, posted the $100,000 bond in court on Tuesday and is now in home incarceration with no ankle monitor. Snelling entered a plea standing next to her attorney, Brandon Marshall, during 1 p.m. hearing in downtown Lexington. Update. Here we go. We have updates. A court document revealed, we know the 2 p.m. one. The 9 a.m. one. New details have been released in the infant's death. The arrest of 21-year-old Laken Snelling, who is charged with several crimes in connection, according to the Lacey police. According to the arrest citation for Snelling, officers were dispatched to her home on August the 27th for a deceased infant being located inside of a closet. This citation details that the infant was located wrapped in a towel inside of a black trash bag. According to the citation, after being Mirandaized, Snelling was interviewed by officers and admitted to giving birth. Further, according to the citation, Snelling admitted to concealing the birth by cleaning any evidence, placing all cleaning items inside a black trash bag, including the infant who was wrapped in a towel. Original story. Basically, so she hid the birth of her child. We don't know if the child died at birth or the child Well, they're saying it was found inside her home, so I'm going to have to guess that her mother and father or a family member found the baby in the closet. I would suppose it would probably be her mother if it was my guesstimation, because who else is going to go inside of a teenager's closet to put stuff up or clean? Usually the mother, right? Dads don't usually hang up clothes. They usually, give them to the kid and tell them to do it, right? But, moms, they go up, they'll be like, I'm going to put this back in her closet for her. And it could be possible that they smelt something coming out of the closet, because when a body starts to decay, it has a smell. Now, it could be possible the father found it because he smelt something, but one of the parents or family members, whether it be sister, brother, aunt, uncle, somebody inside the home had to have found the baby for whatever reason. They did not disclose that. That is not disclosed. So we don't know who found the baby. They didn't say that as far as I can read. It says, according to Lexington police, officers were dispatched for an unresponsive infant at a home at 400 block of Park Avenue on Wednesday at approximately 10:30 a.m. Upon arrival, they found an infant who was pronounced dead at the scene. They did not say who called. They did not say how the child was found or who found the child. But they did state that somebody found the baby in the closet. So it had to be one of the family members. She was at her apartment in Kentucky. Somebody found the baby inside of if she was already in, Lexington, Kentucky. So she was already at school at her, thank you, Miss Mandy. She was already in Lexington at an apartment in Kentucky. So it had to have been a roommate, I suppose, at that point. A roommate smelt something or heard something or because she put the baby in a closet in a bag. And it had to have been in her own room. What I'm guessing is that she went away for the weekend or something happened. Roommate was in the room with her chilling or something. They smelt something. So they ended up investigating themselves. Somebody found the baby and reported an unresponsive baby. I don't know if she told one of her friends. I don't know what happened there. That's not come out yet. So we can speculate how the baby was found. All we know is that somebody called for an unresponsive baby, and that's how they found the baby. That the baby was in the closet. You think Alexa Treviso? See, this is something that's crazy to me. We see this so many times of people doing stuff like these young kids. I'm glad I have a great relationship with my child. That if even if I had a daughter, I have a son, but if I had a daughter, I know that they would be able to come to me and tell me these things and not feel ashamed. In fact, I probably would have known they were pregnant before any of this ever went down. Yeah, well, this ain't if we really look up the cases of this has happened multiple times. There was one where the girl actually buried the baby. There was one where the baby was found in trash cans. There was one where baby was found in a hospital bathroom. There was one where one was found in a school bathroom. Okay. The one that Miss Danny's talking about, Mix, is the one that happened in the hospital bathroom. The case of Alexa Treviso was the one that was found. The judge threw out key evidence. Let's look at this, y'all. The judge threw out key evidence in the Alexa Trevo case that Miss Danny was just talking about. So let's look at this. Share this tab instead. Okay. So this is the girl who had the baby in the hospital bathroom. Woman accused of killing and dumping newborn in hospital trash may see her big court victory reversed as prosecutors push to reinstate key evidence. A New Mexico woman accused of murdering her newborn in a hospital bathroom when she was a teenager, recently won a significant legal victory, and now the state is looking to undo that win, all but certainly pushing back a trial that was set to begin next month. Alexa Trevo, 20, has appeared in court exactly once so far in August of 2023. During that appearance, her defense attorney, Gary C. Mitchell, successfully argued for the suppression of some key pieces of evidence the state had planned to use against her. In response, District Attorney Diana Lush, who represented Eddy, Leah, and Chaves counties in the land of enchantment, has asked the state's highest court to salvage the high-profile case. The defense successfully suppression of the evidence reaches a great deal of what prosecutors likely would have presented to jurors. First, the defense argued the strong patient physical privilege under New Mexico law prohibits the prosecution from using of almost all of what happened at the Artesia Hospital in January of 2023, except for the basic fact of staff reporting the dead infant found in the trash can. The privilege applies from the time she went to the hospital, and it applies to everybody there. Everything that takes place from the time she first went to the hospital, everything the doctor and the nurses said, they could not give that out to the police without a waiver for my client, and we did not waive it. Mitchell was clear that the suppression request was broad. Anything that happens at Artesia Hospital, the defense attorney said. In the end, 5th Judicial District Judge Jane Gray essentially agreed with the defense on the medical privilege issue. Second, Mitchell argued his client was effectively detained by the hospital on behalf of law enforcement. In fact, a doctor at the hospital waited until 2 police officers had arrived to ask Trevizo about what happened in the bathroom. This, the defense attorney claimed, was a violation of the woman's Miranda rights under the Fourth Amendment. The court agreed with the argument as well. While many specifics are unknown due to various national publicized clips from body-worn camera footage, the case is under a court seal. Still, the prosecutor discussed the appeal and comments to local media this week, broadly outlining the state's latest set of arguments in comments to Albuquerque-based CBS Fox affiliate KRQE. All I can say is that it's obvious it was evidence that we believed was proper evidence that we believed that we should be allowed to use, and we respectfully disagree with the court. During last summer's hearing, the state did not contest the strength of the patient's doctor privilege, but rather said it did not apply. The defendant's mother is present in the room with her at the emergency room. Lucy unsuccessfully argued back for the court. You cannot have a privilege if you have a third party present. So statements that are made are not going to be privileged under this rule. The prosecutor also argued that police obtained the hospital's medical records through a court order. Gray initially signaled that both sides would have things like and dislike about her eventual decision on the suppression motion and asked for additional briefings on the matter. The state, it seems, disliked the court's evidential ruling quite a bit more. Is this really just a medical issue that is private and confidential, or were there some type of action that rises to the level of criminal intent? So we believe that it rises on the level of criminal intent. There is no telling if or when the New Mexico Supreme Court will take up the question and issue its own answer on the matter. A pre-trial hearing in the case was slated for later this month. Trial was slated to begin in late August. Now those dates are in doubt. The baby boy was born and died on January 27, 2023. On March 28, 2023, an autopsy determined his death was homicide. Though the defense has contested the examination process as medieval, on May 10, 2023, Trevizo was charged and arrested the next day. She was released 5 days later and is currently out on bail. Law and Crime tried to get them to comment, but neither attorneys have commented. We're going to watch this video right here. A lot of y'all are up on this case, so you know this video, but for those who do not know this case, we're going to watch the video.
I want to knock on front. Alexi. Yeah. She went out of town.
Okay, what's going on? What are we doing? I'll bring her out. Just tell me what's going on.
For her arrest.
Okay.
I will give it to her whenever
Can I see your warrant?
she can see the warrant when she gets arrested.
This is my house. I have a right to see the warrant.
I'm letting you know she has a warrant for her arrest. We don't have a search warrant for your house. We have a warrant for her arrest.
Okay, then we see the warrant.
Yeah, once we
She gets a copy of it.
Can I go up there when you take her up there?
You can go to the detention. Do you know where it is?
Everything?
It's
Okay,
nowhere.
so what is she under arrest for?
She's over 18. She's got a copy.
I understand that,
Right.
Detective Gonzalez.
Right.
What is she under arrest for?
She has a warrant for arrest. Okay?
For what?
That's all I'm going to tell you. Okay?
What do you mean that's all you're going to tell me?
I mean, she's over the age of 18.
I understand that, but I have a right to know as well.
We'll tell you that, but we
Okay, then let me know now.
need the cooperation.
Let me know now. I'm giving you the cooperation. I told you answer my question. What is she under arrest for?
Like I said, she's over the age of 18. Like, that we can't relinquish that information, but bring her out here. We'll tell you.
What is she under arrest
Bring her out here,
for?
we'll tell you right now.
No, I'm not bringing her out here yet. Let me know what she's under
gonna
arrest
get
for.
arrested regardless. I mean, I don't know why.
For what? For what? For what?
You okay with telling me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Tell me.
Homicide. Open count of homicide. And tampering with evidence.
Tampering with evidence?
Yes.
At the hospital?
So, can we see her now?
Give me a minute.
Okay.
I have a right to see a warrant. It doesn't matter if she's over the age of 18. This is my house. You have a right. You have to show me that warrant.
If we were searching her house,
Even if she's under arrest, you have to show me the
it's
warrant.
up to her to show us.
Sarah, this is Rose Rodriguez. Hey, I have the detectives here. They want to arrest my daughter. They're saying they have a warrant, but they can't show me a warrant for her arrest. Okay, thank you so much.
You good? So when we get to there, I'll give you a copy. She gets her copy. And then it's up to her.
Can I see the warrant?
It's an arrest warrant for her. It's
Okay,
not a
can I
search
see the
warrant for your
arrest warrant?
house.
I want to see the arrest warrant.
And what will that prove?
You bet when this is over, I'm coming for the police department and the hospital. I am.
Yes, ma'am.
Gary, this is Rosa. Gary. The detectives out here are going to arrest me. They say they have a But he hasn't shown you. He hasn't shown you. Or anytime. No, no, sir. Okay. So I guess do I do it? Okay.
You could arrest mom for obstruction.
We'll go there.
Trying to do
You're
that.
protected there.
Oh, they said it's verbal statement, homicide, and tampering with evidence.
You see her?
Okay.
Who did?
Okay.
Probably just nosy neighbor.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, she's here. She's here right now. Yeah.
Oh, no. Might not be a nosy neighbor.
Guess I could do a better part of
Could you please have a report of the organization?
That is his policy.
I will give it to you. Please don't. Please don't.
He ran away from 1002 West
Yeah, she ran. It's nothing personal. It really isn't. And we understand. But we have to do our jobs too. Okay?
I understand that. I understand that. That's Melanie. That's Devin's mom. She's good. She's okay.
We're not going to be rough with her or anything. We're just going to take her over there and book her.
Please don't be rough with her, please.
Just bring her out. You can be with her the entire time. Okay?
Do you know where the public safety complex is? 3300 West Main?
You can follow us over there. I will take you there. You can follow me.
As soon as I release the criminal complaint to her, she can then give it to you there, okay?
When can I get like her bond? What?
That's set up by the judge. It's Magistrate Judge Chuck
When-
Foster. He should be doing it. If it's after 3, he'll be doing it in the morning. Go on the back? All right.
Hi. What's your name?
Alexi,
Okay. What's the last 4 of your social?
she don't even know it.
You don't know it?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Alexia, do you know your date of birth?
Yes.
Okay.
What is it?
11/25/03.
Yeah.
Do you have to walk her all the way over there? Can you bring your car up here? Please.
It's up to you.
Yeah.
That's all. Just please.
I'll go get it.
Alexia, are you okay with your mom getting your criminal complaint when we get to the detention center? It has your personal information
Can you
on it.
repeat that?
Are you okay with your mother getting the criminal complaint? It has your personal identifying information on it. Serial number, date of birth.
Yes.
Are you okay?
Yes.
Okay. I have to serve you first, then your mom can get it, okay? I do. He's gonna move his unit around. No medications, anything you need to take while you're in there.
No, sir, no.
Okay.
She has still been like bleeding, so I don't know if she needs.
Do you have any? They do. I don't know if they have tampons.
They do have feminine products.
Okay.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure if you take your own, you can use your own.
Can she? Do you want to grab some? Can she grab some of that real quick? Or?
Yes.
Do you mind if
Get your little bag.
one of us goes?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Just making sure you're doing.
Just grab your little.
Okay. And just nothing sharp, no flammables, nothing sharp. Okay. Okay. They're gonna check it when you get over there. Okay.
Okay.
Confirm that address is 611 North First Street. 611 North First.
Okay. We'll check those. Same thing. Okay. We're gonna check all that when you get over there. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going up there right now too. Okay.
All right. What's in there?
Personal pets.
Personal pads?
Yeah, she needs them.
Follow me.
3200 West Main Street, the Public Safety Complex. If you just go through the front door, you know where we first spoke in the records?
Yeah.
If you just go over there. Is there any four?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll meet her in the front.
Okay. I'll get with him and do all stuff, go to dispatch.
I'll meet you in the front. Okay.
We're Tampa. I'll be headed your way.
Relay the rest.
I'll be headed your way for the relay shortly. Okay. Alexi, here's your criminal complaints. Why I want to ask you before I give it to your mom, are you okay with her getting that information? Serial number, all that? Okay. Would you want to keep this to read or would you want to give this to your mom or would you want her to have a copy?
You can just give it to her.
Okay, you don't want to read it?
Right now, yeah, I will.
Okay. All right, the next one is a search warrant for your person. Okay? This is for you. Your date of birth, your social security number. I'm going to be searching your person. What I'm going to be doing is getting a buccal swab sufficient for laboratory testing. Okay? This is both yours to keep. Okay? I'll make a copy so you can read it and your mom can get one. Okay? Have you ever been to the doctor's office?
Like recently?
No, just in your life.
Yes.
Okay, you know when they do a swab of your mouth, see if you have a cold, something like that?
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to be doing. All I need you to do is open your mouth wide, like you're yawning. I'm just going to touch the inside of your mouth with a swab, with a cotton swab. That's all I need, okay? It's painless. There's nothing else added to it. It's just cotton, okay? Here. All right, can you open your mouth for me? Okay. All right. Almost done. All right. Now I'm just going to do one more pair, okay? Okay, one more time, okay? I want to do the other side of your mouth. All right, that's it. You don't want to read them? Oh. Of course, I'd like one.
Right here. 3, 2, 1. Face your whole body this way, looking forward. You're parking the front and back.
The back.
Now face the other direction. Pull your hair back a little bit, please. You guys want to sign? Who wants to sign? Any sign?
One right there, one right there.
One.
Right there, and one right there.
One sign?
Yes.
Okay. Because I did witness it.
And then I'll give you a copy for yours.
This one?
Mm-hmm.
That's a signature on our top or other witness.
If you finish.
Let me finish reading that, sir. I'm sorry. There you go.
And I'll get you a copy for you.
What you got so far? That one. Two, that one, that one.
I'm hard to find, sir.
Is that mine? I think yours.
I believe it's mine, sir. And we did it approximately 4:30 p.m.
Hmm?
Yeah, that is mine. Don't take my pen. And this is just showing you, this goes with this one. It's showing you, I got 2 pairs of buccal swabs sufficient for lab testing, okay? There's the 2 we got from you, okay? We can make you a copy.
It's fine. You can just give it to my mom.
So all of it?
Sure.
Okay. If you want a copy, you can get it from him, or if I'm here, you can get it from me, okay?
Whenever you repeat, whether it's 460.
Calling.
I dropped the link also for anybody that would like to come up, but also we have an update today. It seems that the parents of 7-month-old Emmanuel Haro are going to be arraigned. Now, I'm trying to find it to see if any of Court TV or anybody has the actual footage of their arraignment starting or when it starts, exactly what time. So I'm trying to figure that out right now so that if it is going to come up on something, we'll be able to know. So I'm looking up Court TV and I'm looking up theirs to see if they have the footage of the Haro case right quick. So I'm looking to see if they have you know, any of the footage on that one. And then I'm going to look up, let's see. Let's see. I think I put too many R's, y'all. Let's see if they have no results found. Let me just do the last name then. Okay, they do have a video of him speaking from behind bars, supposedly. So we're gonna watch that. Supposedly, there was something said behind bars, but I'm trying to see if any of the I'm looking up Law and Crime, if any, because I don't know if anybody has the let's see, Law and Crime. Let's see what their if they have the arraignment. Um, so I'm trying to find if we can watch it live if anybody has it. So that's what I'm looking up right now. Because they're supposed to go for arraignment. Obviously, they may post it after I do this live, so may end up having to catch it, you know. But I was hoping that we could find that live. Okay, so I did find this, but their arraignment is supposed to happen today. You know, on their charges. Um, they're due in court, so you know, let's see if we can. You know, I just looked it up. Also, I have another thing to read about that. Hold on just a minute, y'all. So I'm getting a phone call. Sorry about that, y'all. I, I got some more info on that one. But here's the thing: a lot of these cases that we're watching with these kids throwing away babies or having them, a lot of these parents, if you look at it, are very strict on some of these kids. Some of these kids feel like they have an image to uphold and all this other stuff. And y'all, if my dog didn't just mute me, I'm not sitting here. I'm glad he didn't end the stream. My little dog just literally muted my mic. I am not joking you. So that literally, if you want to come up and you would like to speak about it, I did pin the link about any of these cases. We are going to switch, however, over to this article I want to read right quick. This really ticks me off, and I know it's going to tick off some of y'all. We're going to read this article. Emmanuel Haro's father defends wife in jailhouse interview. Baby Emmanuel was reported missing by his parents, Jake and Rebecca Haro, on August the 14th, which we know all about that, right? Jake Haro spoke with the Orange County Register from jail and denied Emmanuel Haro with a long-term abuse victim. Something investigators said at the news conference on Wednesday. Jake Haro was given a suspended sentence for a separate child abuse case in 2018, allowing him to avoid prison. Jake Haro says he was the fall guy in his daughter's abuse case. The victim in the 2018 case with Promise Faith, Jake Haro's daughter with ex-wife, she was just 10 weeks old at the time of the abuse and suffered numerous injuries, leaving her permanently bedridden. I pled guilty because I didn't have the money to go to trial. The judge said nobody would believe my side of the story, Jake Haro told the registry of the case. Somehow they magically convinced me to take this damn plea deal. I was sick of court. The judge knows I didn't do it. They just railroaded me. I was the fall guy, he said. Yeah, I wish I could make you fall on something. Anyway, sources told the news Brian Eaton that Jake Haro, as a result of Perkins' operation, acknowledged he killed baby Emmanuel and put his body in a trash. Jake Haro's message to son Emmanuel Haro, when asked about assisting search and rescue teams near the 60 freeway and Gilman Springs Road in Moreno Valley, he replied, I want to talk about it, but I can't. I was told don't do no press. Jake Haro said God is with us throughout this investigation and told the outlet he understood the public reaction. The allegations are horrendous, so of course people are going to be riled up, he said. When asked what he would say to Emmanuel Haro, Jake said, I love you, buddy. Bullshit. Rebecca Haro is innocent, Jake Haro says. Speaking of his wife, Jake Haro said she is innocent of any crimes against their son. The media is killing her. She is a beautiful woman. She loves her children. Rebecca Haro reported to police that she was knocked unconscious, and Emmanuel Haro was subsequently taken from her on August the 14th while changing his diaper in a California car park. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. I swear.
That Jake and Rebecca Haro told police that their 7-month-old son, Emmanuel, had been kidnapped by an unknown and unidentifiable attacker who knocked Rebecca out in the parking lot of a sporting goods store. Yeah, right. Which is a terrifying story that caught the attention of the nation, right? Especially when authorities in Riverside, California called CBS. As you probably know, the Haros are both now charged with murder in their son Emmanuel's disappearance. They're also charged with lying, not to us, but to the police, because that is a crime. And 2 weeks later, there's still no trace of baby Emmanuel, who police now say may have been killed as early as August 5th. And through it all, both of these suspects remarkably cannot seem to stop telling stories. Last weekend, Rebecca gave a jailhouse interview professing the couple's innocence and declaring Jake a good dad who would never hurt a baby. Though, as we all know, he did hurt a baby, almost killed her. In 2018, he sent his own 10-week-old daughter to the hospital with life-altering injuries. She's now 7 and has been unable to feed herself or look after herself ever since. And now it's apparently Jake's turn to talk to a reporter from jail. A different jail than Rebecca's for sure, but undoubtedly he's flouting the same advice that her lawyer must have given her, which is Don't talk to anyone but me. You're in trouble. In Jake's interview, he didn't specifically declare himself innocent, but he did say he was being, quote, completely cooperative with investigators. I think that part, that's in the eye of the beholder. But he stated flat out to the reporter, and I quote, Rebecca is innocent. She loves her children. He said the DA's theory that baby Emmanuel suffered long-term abuse that led to his death, not true at all, quote unquote, not true at all. But he didn't offer any new accounts of where his son might be or where his son's remains might be to that reporter, that is. To other people, he's told at least 2 different stories. A source tells News Nation that after the Harrows were arrested, Jake told the police that he rolled over on Emmanuel while he was sleeping, accidentally killing the baby, and then inexplicably decided to just bury his son's body, you know, in the desert off a highway. Because when you have an accident in bed like that, you're going to just bury your beloved baby just in an unmarked grave somewhere off the highway. That's what we figure led to this arrest, right? And then, of course, Sunday's total boondoggle in the grass there, where an alleged child killer accompanies police on an hours-long search in a field alongside said freeway, Highway 60. Wouldn't you know it? This here search didn't turn up anything. Nothing. Weird, right? Because like they had cadaver dogs and everything, because if you had dropped that baby there, even if the wildlife had gotten to the baby, the cadaver dogs would have noticed something. And they didn't. And maybe that is because of the next story that Jake told us all. Our Brian Enton learned that while behind bars, Jake told a fake inmate, either a police officer or a civilian informant in disguise, that he was the one who in fact killed his own son and put the child's body in a trash can. It's what you call a Perkins operation, when you infiltrate the jail with a jailhouse snitch, another inmate, or an actual police officer dressed up as an inmate. And you just get the guy talking. They said that's what happened with Jake Harrow. He just talked. That would complicate the search enormously, right? If what he said to this so-called inmate was true, especially if it happened 3 weeks ago. But the DA said just yesterday that he's got a pretty strong idea of where police should be looking for Emmanuel's body. And I say body because the police assume that child has been murdered, hence the murder charges. And as for that prior conviction for willful child cruelty, which left Jake's tiny victim permanently disabled, Jake told the reporter that he pleaded guilty because, and I quote, I didn't have the money to go to trial. I didn't have the money to go to trial. He also said he was sick of court and that the judge knows I didn't do it. They just railroaded me. I was the fall guy, quote, unquote. And that might just be his biggest lie of all, because as we all know from cop shows, when they read you your Miranda rights, you're told that you have the right to an attorney. And if you cannot afford one will be provided to you.
1 second, they're a neighbor you like. The next, they're a neighbor you trust.
I accidentally stopped the screen sharing. I was trying to, this whole situation right here ticks me off. But they do have an update. They are going into court today. I did not find that either Court TV nor Law and Crime are in the courthouse. I thought we might be able to see it in real time, but this is what I did find. So this is the top story. They are being arraigned today on their charges.
The parents accused of murdering their 7-month-old baby are set to appear in court today. The child's remains have not yet been located. KTLA's Aaron Myers is live outside the courthouse in Riverside with the latest. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning, Eric. Baby Emmanuel has been missing since at least August 14th, and now his parents are expected to be arraigned sometime this morning. They were first in court on August 26th, but that was postponed so they could be appointed a public defender, each of them. This is baby Emmanuel, just 7-month-old, when he was reported missing. That was on August 14th. Now, investigators believe he may have died several days before that. His parents, Jake and Rebecca Haro, have since been charged with murder and filing a false police report. The Haros were arrested last month at their home in Cabazon. This after Rebecca Haro said that the 7-month-old was kidnapped from a Big Five sporting goods store in Yucaipa during an assault that she said left her unconscious and with a black eye. Soon after her initial report, investigators said they noticed inconsistencies with her account of events and said that the couple was being uncooperative. In a news conference, the district attorney says they believe Emmanuel was severely abused over time and that he succumbed to his injuries. Investigators have searched for baby Emmanuel, Jake Haro even seen on one of those searches, but the baby's body hasn't been found, though the district attorney did indicate authorities have a pretty strong idea where his remains are. In jailhouse interviews with the Southern California News Group, both of Emmanuel's parents denied involvement in his disappearance. Jake Haro has a previous felony conviction for willful child cruelty. He was also arrested last year for illegal possession of a loaded firearm and has probation violations. Now back here live, the Haros are being held on $1 million bail each. Once again, their arraignment is scheduled for sometime this morning. We will be heading into court for that. At this point, the district attorney's office is asking people to be patient as not many details have been released. Reporting live here in Riverside, I'm Erin Myers.
Next time you want to share that big story out of DC.
So that is our update on that case for right now. Here's my thing about all these cases. It just really bothers me when it is a child. You know what I'm saying? It really does. It really bothers me, like something serious. I don't know about y'all, but it does. It really, really bothers me. I am going to play this from Court TV right here. This was the press conference that we didn't get to cover last week because it came out after my live. So we're going to go ahead and check out the press conference from this situation. But it's like this. It's like these girls, you know, who are throwing away these babies and all this stuff. Like, why do people want to hurt children? And it just... I'm going to say this, Miss Danny, I would love, and I'm going to keep pushing you because I love you, to eventually maybe you go live and we do a panel show talking about some of this stuff. Just saying. Okay, anyway. But yeah, I have to take breaks about this situation. So that's why I only cover true crime like this once a week, because this stuff really, like, it weighs on you if you think about it mentally. It's just, we're going to watch this press release though right quick. Let me get some of these pop-ups off here so y'all can actually see and make it large for you. Let me make sure I'm muted up so y'all can hear good.
How baby Emmanuel died or was killed, and is there anything you can share?
The filing in this case reflects our belief that baby Emmanuel was abused, victim of child abuse over time, and that eventually, because of that abuse, he succumbed to those injuries.
Now, Jake Haro reportedly joined investigators in the search for baby Emmanuel, but
Okay, so that just happened. Hold on. I don't know what happened there. That's not a bad website. That's Court TV. That's crazy. Did y'all see that? Let's get back to where we were at.
search, but insisted that he's innocent and has been completely cooperative. When asked what he would say to his baby, Emmanuel, he responded, "I love you, buddy." So let's talk about this case. Let's bring back in retired NYPD Detective Rob O'Donnell, also formerly with the NYPD, private investigator Manuel Gomez with Black Ops Private Investigators. Manuel, let me begin with you, please. Where does the search go from here?
Well, unfortunately, I think the search will still continue in the area where he originally took them, because as I stated in the past, there's mountain lions, there's vultures, there's coyotes that are in that area that would clearly take a baby. And I doubt he dug a deep grave. And unfortunately, there's a lot of predators in that area that would take the remains of that body. But the one thing about this case that nobody's talking about and needs to focus on is the outrageousness of the judge's decision, Julie. This case shows the red flags in our judicial system that there's currently no guardrails in place to remove a judge who is judicially incompetent. Right now,
I don't know why that keeps happening to their website. There's nothing wrong with Court TV. I don't know why this thing keeps popping up. And I don't know how to stop it from popping up. Like, I'm trying to watch this. This is crazy. I don't know if y'all keep seeing that thing pop up, but it's acting like Court TV is a bad website. It's my, and I'm not going to give access to my firewall or stop it from happening, because that could be something wrong with the website. And I don't want to take that chance with my home computer. You know what I'm saying? But that's crazy that keeps happening.
DA says that's how this murder happened. Let's take a listen.
In this case, a judge here in Riverside County, happened to have been a visiting judge from San Bernardino County, gave Mr. Haro a suspended sentence, which means, if I can translate for you what that is, it means that instead of sending him to prison, he chose to give him probation. I will say that it was an outrageous error in judgment by this judge. And I don't have any problem saying that. I'm not attacking the judge personally. That decision was absolutely outrageous. Mr. Haro should have been in prison at the time that this crime happened. And if that judge had done his job as he should have done, Emmanuel would be alive today.
And the DA also noted that this was over the DA's office objection, that the prosecutors on the case did in fact object. Rob O'Donnell, what's that like when you're asking for someone to stay incarcerated, to have a sentence of incarceration, whatever the case is, bond or sentencing, whatever, and the judge goes against what the recommendation is from your DA?
Well, it's infuriating, and you see here the results of that. We have a child that's no longer with us because of the negligence of this judge. And make no mistake, prior guest was 100% right. This is the negligence on the judge. This child would still possibly be with us today if this person was in jail and punished to the extent he should have been punished for. I also want to applaud the investigators in this. And in any case, you can never go into these cases with tunnel vision. And we know how this stopped with a possible abduction in a parking lot. You can't go into any case that started an investigation with tunnel vision and just purely looking at that. And in a time of finite resources, to look at everything as you come into this, to where we saw where this case specifically went. That's why things take time in these investigations. That's why if you're ever involved in an investigation as a victim or as a family member of a victim, things may not be moving as fast as you would like them to, because investigators, we are looking at every possible scenario. And this way you can prioritize resources to kind of focus on where you think this is going, and not shortly into this, they started to go with, there was foul play here.
This is really helpful insight you're sharing, Rob. Thank you for that. I want to ask you both the same question. If this guy is cooperating, he's saying he's cooperating, his words, not mine. So if he's willing to talk with detectives, then what tactics do you use to try to get to the truth with him if you do, in fact, believe that he did this homicide? Manuel, I'll start with you, please.
Well, with a guy like this, you know, one of the things you're going to use is you're going to offer him sentence reduction. You're going to tell him that he can get the death penalty, which is clearly on the table in this situation. Okay, and you can let him know that he can get, instead of 40 years, he might get 10 years. That's one of the tactics they're going to be using this. It's clear to me that he's playing the police. He's trying to tell them, yeah, I'm going to help you. I'm going to work with you. I'm going to make a deal with you and write it out. And it's proven to me that that happened because he wouldn't have been out there searching for that body with them if he didn't cut a deal with his attorney. That's a fact. The thing is that I don't believe he's going to show exactly where the body is because he's going to make it look like, well, you know what? I tried, but the body wasn't there, or I really didn't kill the kid. And he keeps flip-flopping back in the story, so he's alive. But I do believe that the jury's going to find this guy guilty, regardless of not having a body, which is going to make it extremely difficult for the prosecutor to prosecute in this case.
Rob, same question to you, please. What tactics would you use with this guy?
You know, with his past history of abuse here that we now know and is documented, pulling on his heartstrings as a father is probably going to be difficult, but you would go in that direction to say, hey, let's give your child a place of rest. Let's get some conclusion here. You as a man, you as a father, you as a person, you need to help us here because you are going to spend your time in jail. There's no getting away from that. But you can do the right thing here. You can make up for the wrongs you did and kind of get him in a personal place to where, you know, you kind of coax him to agree with him. You know, we can make this better by you telling us the truth. And in fact, you're just looking to get the prosecution that you need to get on this case, because without the body, it is going to be difficult. The prior case, you know, a defense attorney is going to do everything they can to make that non-admissible. So the jury may never know that.
Right. Excellent points you both are making. And for anybody who missed the DA's press conference, he said it's their belief that it was a series of abusive incidents, not just one, a series of incidents that then ultimately led to the death of this poor child. The search continues. Any developments, we will report it. Rob O'Donnell and Manuel Gomez, I could talk to you both all day. Thank you both so much for the insight this morning. You might remember, he was the Arizona father charged with first-degree murder for leaving his two.
I remember this case also covering it at the time. This was the father in the hot car. He was inside playing video games while the child passed away. I don't know if there's been any updates. Let me see. Let's see. That was 8/18/25, so this was a new one. He is charged with murder and child abuse. Christopher Schultz is charged with first-degree murder for the July 2024 death of his young daughter, investigators say. She spent almost 3.5 hours strapped in a car seat in the temperatures well over 100 degrees while her father sat in the living room drinking, playing video games, and watching porn. In March, Schultz rejected a chance to plead guilty to second-degree murder, which carries a sentence of 10 to 25 years. On Friday, Schultz appeared in court with his attorney, Mark Adair, who said that they'd like to try for a new plea deal. Adair said he's developing new evidence that would argue for lighter punishment. We have been working diligently to try to mitigate evidence put together specifically that pertains to these kinds of cases, specifically deaths for children left in hot cars. We've been doing research across the entire country in that regard. The judge said September 19th hearing date to address the matter over the objections from the prosecutors. She said, plea is not changing. Schultz is currently scheduled to stand trial in October. However, his defense said they were filing a motion to continue. So basically, a motion to continue would be to give them more time. More time, basically. I remember when this case came up back last year, I talked about it when I first started my channel, actually, and did True Crime Thursday for the first time.
Father left her in the backseat of the family car for more than 3 hours. The man told police that he left the engine and the air conditioner running but he also knew that that car would shut itself off fairly quickly.
The young girl died on July 9th. Marana police originally said Christopher Schultz left the 2-year-old girl in this car with the air conditioning running, but the air conditioning shut off. He said he had left the child in the car before and did not want to wake her because she was sleeping.
This is one of her own company cars, but it has a feature the car in this case had too. If you put this car in park and leave the motor running, the car will shut off automatically in 30 minutes. And police say Christopher Schultz knew that.
According to the interim complaint, the family's other children, aged 5 and 9, told police Schultz often left all the children in the car, and on this day was distracted by a video game and by putting some food away. Schultz's wife is a medical doctor. Investigators say she came home about 4 p.m. and asked where the 2-year-old was. The report says Schultz searched through the house, then remembered the girl was still in the car. By that time, the car and its air conditioning had stopped. Police say by late afternoon, the temperature was 109. Schultz told police he had returned home with the girl by about 2:30. Police found neighborhood surveillance video that showed they'd returned at 12:52, about 2 hours sooner. The child's mother tried to revive the child but could not. Police say as an ambulance rushed the child to a hospital, the mother texted Christopher Schultz. "I told you to stop leaving them in the car. How many times have I told you?" Schultz responded, "Baby, I'm sorry." The mother texted, "We've lost her. She was perfect." Schultz said, "Babe, our family, how could I do this? I killed our baby. This can't be real." A second-degree murder charge is applied if someone dies after a suspect has taken actions indifferent or reckless to human life. If found guilty of second-degree murder, Christopher Schultz could face between 25 years and life in prison. Craig Smith, KGUN 9.
Oh, how dreadful. Now, Mr. Schultz was in court on Friday talking about that plea deal. This is some unaired footage. Let's go into that Arizona courtroom together.
25 Curtis, please announce. Good morning, Your Honor. Haley Weingold and Brad Terrace from the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Davis, the city law. Schultz is present.
We are set for a 7:30 trial date. Yesterday I did receive a report noting concerns about possible violation of release conditions. How do I address the trial date first?
They just ready to proceed with the October 27th trial date. Really, they have already ready to go on that date.
Okay. Are plea negotiations ongoing?
No, the plea was previously rejected and withdrawn, so it is just a trial.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Darien?
Yes, Judge. In terms of the defense, I would notify this court, I've already notified the state, that I will be filing a motion to continue the trial date for a number of reasons. I know our motion deadline is not due for a while. I'll have that filed next week to address those issues. I think it's going to take more than a 5-minute motion. I'm prepared to put it all together. In terms of your question whether negotiations are ongoing, this is one of the issues that I have had, and I've also raised this with the state, is that the defense would like to be able to participate in a settlement conference. Given the nature of this case, given the nature of the charges, I understand that it might pose some difficulty in the sense that usually at a settlement conference, parties that can settle the case have to be there. Anything having to do with the resolution of this type of a case, again, this type of a charge, would require approval through the panel. This case went to the panel very early on after it was charged, and the defense did put together mitigation that I know was considered by the state and the panel, but it was very early on in the case. Since that time, Judge, the defense has retained a mitigation specialist, and we've been working diligently to try to get mitigation evidence put together, specifically as it pertains to these kinds of cases, specifically deaths for children left in hot cars. So we've been doing research across the entire country in that regard. We're still trying to put that together. But I've received or heard back from the state that there is at least a willingness to listen to any new mitigation, and suggesting that there is a lot of new mitigation because of the passage of time and being able to work on that with the mitigation specialists that we were not able to do in the time that we had to have that submitted to the panel. So I've not heard directly from the state that they would be unwilling, but that's something, again, that the defense would be interested in pursuing. I believe we're close, but probably still several weeks before I have a mitigation report. But that is something that the defense would like to participate in. Those are the two issues I heard before bring up, and I'm certainly prepared to address the pretrial services report as well.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, are you requesting that the court order a settlement conference?
I forgive my ignorance. I'm not exactly sure how it works down here in Pima County, but if it's something that's going to require, I thought we would disagree on a date, but if that's the way I have to do it, then that's the request I make. I don't know if that needs to be in writing or not.
It is not in writing.
Okay.
Okay, and Ms. Weigel, what's the state's position on requesting a settlement conference?
At this point, it would be fruitless of anything. The plea is not changing. The panel had extensive information. There has been, plenty of time for additional information to come in the sense that if defense provides mitigation material, when we're not on mitigation, we'll review that if it's provided to us, but it doesn't mean we would repanel or the plea would change in any way. He had an opportunity with the plea from the panel that was open for a while. And negotiations were open. That was the plea. He rejected it. I really don't see how it will change any circumstances and really be productive in any way. So he would be objecting to a settlement conference.
Okay. Thank you. Did the person receive the status update dated August 14th, 2025 regarding information reportedly from a representative of DCS?
Yeah.
Okay. May I have the state's position?
So, to clarify on that, I was able to speak to the DCS caseworker that was there and observed. The defendant's wife was in the car outside, parked outside. He came in by himself to sign the kids out of school. She was in the car outside. The concern was not knowing if there was anyone else with him, a violation of his conditions of release, no unsupervised contact with minors. The DCS caseworker happened to be at the school that day and at that time. We learned yesterday there's an open DCS case in Phoenix, based in Phoenix, based on allegations and a report made by the defendant's 17-year-old daughter. Because of that, there is an open case. It's been open for a couple months. And the information that the state has is that there was trouble figuring out where the defendant and the children lived, and contact because they needed to do safety checks and interviews with the other two kids that are in the home. So that DCS case was opened unrelated to this, but it's still an open DCS case that the defendant has pending, and that there's some struggle with cooperation. We also found out that he is now living in Phoenix. That was new information to the state. One of the things we were going to inquire if pretrial services was here, and what we would still like to know is whether or not he notified pretrial services that he moved out of the county, what happened, on an address and contact information. As a condition of his release, he has to notify the court immediately upon changing an address. So that was new information. We're unsure whether or not he did let pretrial services know that he had moved or not, and that he was now in a different county. On the 404 convention,
I will say this with these type of situations. There is a in the Waze app, and things like that. I covered this in the news channel. Actually, struck me for covering this. That it reminds you to check the back seat. It reminds you to make sure you don't leave your child in a hot car. This happens more than not. And here's the thing. Why would you, I don't care if you have to wake the baby. Why would you leave a child in a car and go inside to go play video games and forget about the child being out there? And the mom and him are in, like, the mom is distraught. The mom is upset. The mom is like, she literally takes him. I told you not to leave the kids in the car. She was trying to work. You know what I'm saying? And could you imagine her getting that call that he had left the kid in the damn car again after she had done told him don't do that shit, and he didn't listen? And you're supposed to be able to trust the father of your child to watch your child while you're at work, and not him not be negligent like this. Could you imagine getting that phone call that your child had passed away? He deserves everything that's coming to him. He's trying to get a lesser sentence by talking about that thing of getting them to agree to a lesser sentence. It's hard to comprehend to me. How can you not check to know where your kid is at? Look at this beautiful baby. This beautiful baby isn't here no more. And he's more worried about what he's going to happen to him. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. But the case that, you know, I hope that he moved. I think him and the mom are broke up now, if I'm not mistaken. And, he basically moved. And Schultz is currently scheduled to stand trial in October. However, his defense said they will be filing a motion to continue. So we'll have to see how that goes. This is Arizona versus Christopher Schultz. I'll try to remember that. Y'all know sometimes that. But the Steve Gress case, somebody was talking about that in chat, is for the murder of 16-year-old Miranda Corsett, who was kidnapped and dismembered by a Florida couple. The couple, Steve Gress and Michelle Brandons, were charged with first-degree murder after allegedly torturing and killing Corsett. The investigation revealed that Gress had met Corsett through a dating app. And it says here, several people saw Gulfport teen held captive, none told police, records say. A court document detailed the horrifying circumstances. Here we go. We're gonna. I forgot to screen share. Let me screen share right quick. I'm gonna read you these two things that I'm reading from right quick. Okay, here we go. Where I was reading. A court document details horrifying circumstances. Cops led to the death of 16-year-old Miranda Corsett. Two people were accused of her murder. These are the two people. Steve Gross is on the left. Michelle Brandes is on the right, or Brands, Brandes, are charged with first-degree murder in the February death of 16-year-old Miranda Corsett. St. Petersburg police say the teen was tortured by the couple for a week before she was killed. Her body has not been found. St. Petersburg, at least 6 people saw Miranda Corsett or knew the 16-year-old Gulfport girl was being held against her will and tortured the week before she was murdered. No one told police. That, according to a search warrant affidavit recently filed in Pinellas County Court, which reveals new details in the investigation that so far has yielded criminal charges against 2 people. Stephen Gress, 35, and Michelle Brandes, 37, were indicted last week on first-degree murder charges. Prosecutors say they plan to seek the death penalty. Miranda's body has not been found. Police have said they believe her remains likely were destroyed in the Hillsborough County incinerator after they were placed in a Ruskin trash bin. While the purpose of the affidavit, authorities by St. Petersburg police detective, is to get a judge's permission to search Gress's mother's phone, its 25 pages paint the most detailed portrait yet of a horrifying murder case. The torture took place in tranquil neighborhood featuring wide lawns and stretched before a modest mid-century ranch homes and burgeoning oaks and palm trees. The others bore witness to Miranda's plight. Begs the question: will anyone else be charged? People saw captive teen. This is how small that little girl was. Two neighbors had seen the slender, dark-haired girl at their duplex where they said Gress frequently brought home young, disadvantaged women in St. Petersburg, Ponce de Leon neighborhood. This little bee stole my ring and won't give it back, Gress told neighbor who saw Miranda. So I've been beating her ass. That's what Gress told the neighbor. 3 people, including Gress's mother, would later admit to police that he had sent them photos of the girl that showed her nude, bruised, and in increasingly worse physical condition. His mother, according to the affidavit, denied viewing the photos. She said he had told her the girl was still in the house and had stolen a ring from him. In response, she said she couldn't talk to him anymore. Good people don't want to know bad things, she told him, the affidavit states. Efforts to reach Gress's mother and other witnesses mentioned in the document were unsuccessful Friday. Attorneys listed for Gress and Brandeis did not return calls for comment. A St. Petersburg police spokesperson said Friday that they could not say whether anyone else might be charged. The case is still open and there are pretty good likelihood of more charges to come, Pinellas Pasco State Attorney Bruce Bartlett said. The 6 days of torture and calculated killing made the murder one of the most disturbing he had seen. People like that should be eliminated from society, Bartlett said. They have a tool for that, and that's called the death penalty. Miranda had a 1-year-old child who is now in the care of the teen's grandmother, police said. The investigators began after police learned from a man who knew Brandeis that she had allegedly confessed to having taken part in a murder, according to the affidavit. On Friday, Miranda's grandmother, Rita Farnham, told the Tampa Bay Times she wasn't ready to talk about the case, but later wrote in a text message she was thankful to the man who knew Brandeis told police about the apparent confession. If not for him, we would never know what happened to Miranda, she wrote. My family is very, very grateful to him. This is the, I guess, the apartment right here. You see it's an upstairs and a downstairs down here. I guess this would be a duplex to where this is the downstairs and that is the upstairs apartment. It says Steve Gross lived in a downstairs apartment. So he lived at the one that's downstairs right here. At this home on 27th North in St. Petersburg. It was there police said that he and Michelle Brandeis tortured and murdered 16-year-old Miranda Corset. That means if she had a 1-year-old, she was 15 when she had her first baby. Poor child. One of the first people detectives questioned was a woman who lived with Gress and Brandeis in their first floor apartment on 27th Avenue North. She described in the affidavit as having previously been in a sexual relationship with Gress. Now, though, Gress and Brandeis were together. He wanted an open relationship, the woman said, but Brandeis was jealous. She described a volatile home situation where Gress frequently beat and abused the 2 women. She also said Gress killed animals he got through Craigslist and disposed of them near the Bob Graham Sunshine Skyway Bridge. He brought home other women who were homeless or addicted to drugs, she said. When detectives asked about a girl he had brought home on Valentine's Day, the woman began to cry. She talked about Miranda. She said Gress met her through a Grindr, a dating app that caters to LGBTQ community. He brought her home, and she said the next day the woman said Gress was furious. A ring that belonged to him was missing. He was convinced that Miranda stole it. Miranda was brought back to the apartment. Gress demanded the ring back, but Miranda wouldn't turn it over. Days later, Brandeis would show her the ring, claiming to have found it in Gress's car, according to the affidavit. The woman said she believed Brandeis had the ring all along. She believed she wanted Gress to dislike the girl. The woman described a week of beatings and torture inflicted by Gress and Brandeis. It ended Sunday night, February the 23rd. The woman said Brandeis wrapped the girl's head in plastic. Gress told her not to cover her nose, but Brandeis did, the woman said. Miranda suffocated. After she died, Gress carried her in a purple blanket to the trunk of his Honda Civic. The 3 of them later drove to Brandeis' mother's house on Mallory Drive in Largo. Late the next morning, Gress and Brandy's went outside to a semi-private pathway along the side of the house. They removed the body from the trunk and used a chainsaw to dismember it before disposing it in a white trash bag, the woman told police. As the pair worked outside, the woman said she stayed in the house with Brandy's mother, another woman who lived there, and a home health aide. It was Brandy's birthday, the woman said, and they later went to eat fried chicken at Popeyes and play putt-putt golf at Congo River in Clearwater. After that, they drove around the Tampa Bay area looking for a place to dispose of the body. They found a green dumpster near where Gress's grandparents lived in Ruskins. Never supposed to happen. Detectives first spoke with Gress on March 6th at the Pinellas County Jail. He had been booked there a day earlier after police said he had threatened Brandy's with an air-powered harpoon gun when she had tried to leave their apartment amid an argument. His arrest happened mere hours before the murder investigation began. When the detectives asked why Brandy's would say he had taken part in a murder, Gress showed no reaction. According to the affidavit, he denied any knowledge of a young girl being murdered. The next day, though, he said he wanted to talk. This was never supposed to happen, he had said. He told the detectives he had picked up Miranda at her grandmother's house in Gulfport. He was told she was 21. He said, according to the affidavit, but later learned she was 16. He became convinced Miranda had stolen his ring. He said he had brought her to his apartment and for the better part of the week lumped her up. According to the affidavit, it was a gift from a friend, he said, and it meant a lot to him. He said Miranda just trembled. He took that to mean she was mocking him. He and Brandy's repeatedly beat the girl, the affidavit states. Whenever they injured her, he said, he would go to CVS to get medicine to help her heal. He blamed Brandy's for causing Miranda's death. He described her shoving a billboard ball into Miranda's throat and covering her face in plastic wrap. He said he couldn't get to her quickly enough to poke holes in the plastic so she could breathe, according to the affidavit. He confirmed they took Miranda's body to Brandy's mother's home in Largo and disposed of it in Ruskins. The detectives asked him about the claim that he had killed animals. That was partly true, he said. He would get animals mostly through Craigslist and kill them, he said. But he denied throwing them off the Skyway Bridge. Rather, he would dispose of them in his aunt's apartment, trash bin. He would do this, he said, according to the affidavit, so he wouldn't kill his girlfriends or other people. Dude, this dude's a psychopath. Brandy turned herself into police on March 8th, while the affidavit states that Gress largely blamed Brandy's for the worst of the violence against Miranda. In her own interview with detectives, she depicted him as the main aggressor. She described herself as a victim who feared being beaten by Gress. She had no choice, she said, but to do what he told her. She was too afraid to tell police. That is a crazy ass story right there, y'all. This is, we're going to share this tab and we're going to scroll here. That is crazy. And see, this is why you got to be careful, like meeting people off of apps and stuff. After meeting him the first time, Corsett went home, and then the next day she returned to his home. Police said, authority says that Corsett stayed with Gress and his partner, Michelle Brandy's, at their home, and her grandmother reported her missing to Gulfport police on February the 24th. What was a child this young doing with a 1-year-old? She was 16. That means she was 15 when she had that child, possibly 14 when she got pregnant. Commander Mary Friend, the acting police for the Gulfport, said the press conference, the local police are very familiar with Miranda because she is a frequent runaway and she has a history of mental health issues as well as drug abuse. It says during a press conference, the St. Paris police told Anthony Holloway that Corsett was homeschooled and lived with her grandmother as both of her parents are deceased. She was also the mother of an 11-month-old baby. The grandmother is the primary caregiver at this time. She said she normally comes home, so she doesn't report her missing every time she leaves, Ferranda had said. She just didn't come back in a timely manner this time. On February 20th, police said during the police conference that Corsett, Gress, and Brandy's allegedly got into a dispute over missing jewelry, and the 16-year-old was beaten. So from the 20th to the 24th, she was beaten and tortured because they could not find a piece of jewelry. He's a crazy mofo. She was murdered sometime between February 20th and the 24th, the department added. Investigators alleged that Gress put her body in a car and brought her to another house in Largo, Florida, which belonged to Brandy's mother. Holloway said physical evidence obtained at Largo home shows that Corsett was dismembered there, according to the police. After Gress allegedly took Corsett's body to the Largo home, police said that the 35-year-old allegedly drove her remains to Hillsborough County and placed them in a dumpster there. Detectives locate the dumpster and are working to find the body. Looks like they might have been into some drugs and crazy shit too. Authorities received a tip from a witness about a case on March 6th, and Brandeis later turned herself in the morning of March 8th. Gress and Brandeis are both facing first-degree murder charges in Corsett's death, and Gress is also facing a kidnapping charge. Police also stated that Gress was allegedly in custody for unrelated charges as he was arrested on March 5th for allegedly pointing a harpoon at a domestic partner and possessing drugs while they were investigating. This is a horrific crime, Holloway said. Nothing that the police intend to add more charges as the investigation continues. We want to ensure that we are bringing justice to Miranda. That case is crazy, y'all. Several people knew about that, and that dude was straight up psycho. He admitted to unaliving animals. He admitted that shit. And here's the thing, like, I understand the grandmother really couldn't do much, but she should have been put in therapy and things, that young girl should. And maybe she wouldn't have wound up with the crazy psychopath who did that to her. She had an 11-month-old at 16, which means that she was just turning 15 when she got pregnant. That's crazy. I'm looking up that case right now. Damn it, Mandy. I'm looking that one up right now. That's true, damn it, Mandy. If they put their cell phone in there, I bet they wouldn't forget their children. It's sad situations that we see, and you know what I mean? Yeah, I actually went over this one the other day, Miss Mandy. This was about the one where the stepfather got the 11-year-old pregnant. And what killed me about this case when I watched the information on this one was the grandmother, when they did the interview with the grandmother. And she's like, we didn't know this was going on. That one was crazy, Miss Mandy. I actually watched that case too. And I hope they put them behind the bars, under the jail. I hope they go to jail for life. I read this one, I think it was last week or the week before last. It was the interview with the grandmother that really got me on this case. And the poor neighbor who had tried to do something and literally tried to, get the police involved, get CPS involved. You know what I'm saying? To try, like, the grandmother knew, though, that the child needed help. It just kills me how she goes, we didn't know this was going on. Like, it really did. It killed me. But I'll go ahead and play an update for those who don't know about this case right quick. Hey, Hood, what up, love? I will play an update on this case, though, for those that don't know about this case right quick.
Working this case said she was horror-stricken when she first learned about it, and you yourself might need to brace yourself for the details in this one, because these two people you see here are facing charges after an 11-year-old gave birth inside their home. DNA results allegedly just proved that the girl's stepfather is the baby's father, how this case could be prosecuted moving forward, as so many people try to understand how this could happen. We're on the case, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. There are no words that will be able to express just how sad this story is that we're following out of Oklahoma. It's certainly shocking, and it's not easy to hear. I'll warn you about that. It's not easy to talk about either. This story first came to light on August 16th inside this home in Muskogee, Oklahoma, which is about an hour's drive away from Tulsa. According to KWTW, who spoke to the district attorney prosecuting this case, an 11-year-old girl gave birth to a full-term baby in this house on that day. Now, here are the mugshots of the girl's mom and stepdad. Their names are Dustin and Sherry Walker. The DA told the TV station at first these two said they were also shocked by what happened because they claimed they had no idea that this young 11-year-old girl was pregnant. The district attorney pushed back on that, saying the 11-year-old was, quote, petite, so it would be pretty obvious if a girl that small would be pregnant for a full 9 months leading up to the birth of this child. They say happened on August 16th of this year. Now, we found old Facebook pages for this couple. Dustin is 34 years old. Sherry is 33. Many of the pictures show them holding young children. A neighbor to the couple told KJRH TV that 6 children in total, including that 11-year-old girl, lived in this home along with several dogs and cats. They say this was a very disturbing situation playing out in this home even before this young girl gave birth to a child. The neighbor said that this couple did not have running water in their house for the last 2, maybe 3 years. Now, at first, the Walkers were charged with 6 counts of neglect, and it appears that is a charge of neglect for each child living inside this home. But then there was a major development this week on top of what was already a major story. The paternity test came back on that baby that the 11-year-old gave birth to, and the district attorney told KWTW that the results show that the girl's stepdad, Dustin Walker, is that baby's father. He now faces a charge of sexual abuse of a child under the age of 12. Sherry is also facing an additional charge of enabling sexual abuse. Now, it doesn't appear that Sherry has a criminal history. We did find 2 cases in Oklahoma court records involving Dustin Walker. One of them is from 2020. He was charged with firing a gun inside his home. That case appears to have ended in what appears to be a fine of some sort, and records show that the case was sent to collections when the money wasn't paid. In 2023, Dustin was also charged, this time with domestic assault and battery in the presence of a minor, but that case was dismissed according to Oklahoma court records that are available online. Both the Walkers are now being held on $100,000 bonds. The DA told KWTW that both parents could spend the rest of their lives in prison if they're convicted, if these allegations that are so incredibly shocking are actually true. As for that young girl who allegedly gave birth inside this home, a home that didn't even have running water, according to that neighbor, the district attorney says that young girl is traumatized, understandably so. That girl had to give birth inside that home without any medical care. Allegedly, it was Sherry, the mom, who delivered the baby. But then EMTs were called, and that's how this situation was discovered inside this home. Not to mention, that young 11-year-old girl, according to the district attorney, had not seen a doctor in more than a year. She wasn't in school either. So there was no way that people outside of this home could have known that this was happening, at least that we know about. It appears that she was kept off the radar, because you think of whether she was brought to a doctor or to a school, people there could have intervened and could have helped. Instead, she was allegedly kept out of sight. Join us now to talk a little bit more about this story is Practice Professor of Law at Temple University, Marian Bracha. Great to always have you on Law and Crime. Such a difficult story we're talking about here. I know you used to work in a district attorney's office. You have prosecuted very difficult cases, but I mean, how common is something like this? Because it's just, in some ways it is so shocking, but it's also just incredibly sad, the allegations here.
Unfortunately, we have no idea how common this is, because crimes like this go unreported and committed undercover, and they are committed in the darkness and in the privacy of people's homes. And so we really don't know just how prevalent a problem this is in certain communities because of the very intimate and secret nature of how this abuse is perpetrated.
As we were putting this story together, we put both Dustin and Sherry Walker's name into truthfinder.com to try to learn a little bit more about them. Not only did Truthfinder show the address where that 11-year-old girl allegedly gave birth to a child, we also learned a little bit more about their history. Sherry didn't have a criminal history, but we did see the domestic violence charges against Dustin that stem back from a 2023 incident. Those charges were dropped, but helped paint a little bit more of a picture of his background. At Law and Crime, we partner with Truthfinder. We use it to get details on the people involved in our stories. But even if you don't work in true crime, this can be a great resource to give you some peace of mind, as it's one of the largest public record search services in the United States. And with the paid subscription service, you get access to unlimited reports about almost anyone. And by the way, right now you can get 50% off your first month of confidential background reports. Just go to truthfinder.com/OTC. Yeah, and it seems, at least according to what we've learned and what's being alleged, is that this young girl, 11 years old, was not in school. She hadn't seen a doctor in more than a year. So she was in many ways off the radar and being perhaps allegedly kept out of sight, allegedly by these parents. As far as how this case could play out, they now reportedly have this DNA match to the stepfather, linking him as the biological father of the child that this 11-year-old gave birth to, this baby. What happens now in this trial going forward? Case.
This is a cluster of thousands of the newest NVIDIA B200 GPUs housed in Supermicro servers. Now we get to show you around this high-end Lambda AI cluster worth hundreds of millions of dollars. It is certainly time for another AI cluster tour. Today, we're going to do something fun, touring the Lambda AI cluster in Columbus, Ohio, housed by Cologix. This is one of the first NVIDIA B200 clusters that you can get access to. And the cool thing is that you can start a cluster with just one click, ranging from 16 GPUs to over 1,500 GPUs. What's more, there is a vast and Supermicro powered storage array that reaches into the tens of petabytes to store a vast amount of data for Lambda's AI customers. I just want to say thank you to the folks that are sponsoring and supporting this video, including Supermicro, NVIDIA, Lambda, and Cologix. We couldn't do a video like this without all their support, so thank you so much. Let's get to it.
One of Lambda's unique differentiators is we've built a cloud that not only serves machine learning teams with on-demand instances and clusters, but we also have a private cloud business, which allows hyperscalers and AI labs to deploy 50 to 100,000 GPU clusters at the gigawatt scale.
We cannot tell you the exact number of NVIDIA B200 GPUs here, but what we can say is that it's already in the several thousand GPUs strong, and the installation is growing.
Lambda's Columbus data center represents our second expansion in the Midwest. Ultimately, we're going to be growing into the hundreds of megawatts into 2026 and starting to deploy liquid-friendly chip technology as well.
While liquid cooling in the next 18 months is going to be standard for AI clusters, the Supermicro HGX B200 servers can thrive even in air-cooled environments. And using air cooling means that they can be deployed faster than if a facility has to be plumbed for liquid. On each side of the cluster, there are these giant heat exchangers that look super cool. They work in a very similar manner to your car's radiator, where the goal is to extract heat efficiently. Now, these heat exchangers work in tandem with the chillers that are on the roof of the data center. We didn't get to go up there, but that's the other side of this installation. I'm now here in the power yard for this Cologix facility. Now, this is about a 36 megawatt facility. It has its own substation over there. You'll then see on this side that we have a number of generators. These are Rolls-Royce generators that are in their own little huts.
Well, I think a lot of the evidence in this case will come down to the science. It'll come down to the medical records. It'll come down to the vital records to establish how old the complainant, when I say the complainant, I'm referring to the 11-year-old who was impregnated and who did deliver a live birth. So it'll come down to establishing how old she was on the date of her delivery. That the fact that the baby she delivered was full term, so doing the math, working backwards to establish how old she would have been when that baby was conceived, and then we establish a timeline for when the latest possible date for when the abuse would have started. that's what gets you when I say you, the prosecutors, the statutory minimum for how old the victim was at the time of the abuse. Certain categories, certain subsections of the sexual assault charge go by how old the victim was at the time of the abuse. So doing that calculation and establishing that timeline will be very important. And then, of course, there is the other forensic evidence, the scientific evidence of establishing that the child that the 11-year-old delivered was, in fact, biologically related to her stepfather, or the defendant alleged of this abuse in this case. So that will be established by the paternity test, by the DNA testing. So a lot of the elements that will need to be met by the prosecution in this case can be met by records, by reports, by medical records, and by the DNA testing itself.
In so many of the cases involving allegations of sexual abuse, we'll see the victims take the stand, that they have to testify. That takes an incredible amount of courage. I know you've been in the courtroom for when that's happened. In this case, though, you have a alleged victim who is so young, who's 11, who's been through this traumatic experience. And you also have the science, the DNA that we've been talking about, that proves that Dustin Walker, the stepfather, is the biological father of this child. How likely would it be, if this even gets to a trial, that the prosecution would need that 11-year-old to take the stand?
Well, based on my understanding of the elements that need to be established, and based on my understanding of Oklahoma evidence, and in full disclosure, I'm not an Oklahoma practitioner, but based on my understanding of it, the prosecution would not need to call the 11-year-old victim to testify. They could establish and they could meet their burden to establish beyond a reasonable doubt the elements of the sexual assault charge, just based on what we talked about before, the records, the medical records, the birth certificate records, the records of vital statistics, the DNA report, the results of the paternity test. So they wouldn't necessarily need the testimony of the 11-year-old. And if I would hope that the prosecutor's office also has victim witness assistance, and they have advocates for the 11-year-old, I would hope that some of the decision-making authority is being given to this 11-year-old, that she is empowered to make some of the decisions about her participation and cooperation with this case. Because up until this point, of course, these are allegations, but up until this point, I think a lot of her autonomy and decision-making has been stolen from her. So I would hope that the prosecutor's office is engaging in some empowerment to make sure that she has some decision-making authority.
The Walkers reportedly have said that they had no idea that this 11-year-old was pregnant. Clearly, with the paternity test, if that is true, that would be a lie on Dustin Walker's part. But then for the biological mom of this 11-year-old, Dustin Walker's wife, Sherry, she is facing this enabling charge. It does not appear that there's a lot that they kept inside that home that no one knew about until this girl gives birth. As prosecutor, what would you need to prove to prove that she was actually enabling this in the home and wasn't someone who maybe was the victim of domestic violence? Was someone who was abused? We don't know because we weren't inside the house. I mean, what type of evidence would you need to actually get a conviction on an enabling charge in this type of case?
So the enabling charge, in my opinion, has a little bit more of a proof issue and is a little bit more problematic from a proof perspective. So in Oklahoma, a parent who this biological mother was, a parent or a caretaker can be held equally responsible for enabling sexual abuse. But this would apply if the biological mother caused, procured, or permitted those willful acts of child sexual abuse against her 11-year-old. So it's not sufficient under the law to say that maybe she suspected that something was happening, that maybe she turned a blind eye to something suspicious. It needs to be proven that she knew or reasonably should have known that there were risks posed to this 11-year-old that she was in fact being or could be sexually abused by the stepfather. And then again, there needs to be an intentionality element that the biological mother caused that sexual abuse to happen. So when we talk about whether or not the 11-year-old would have to testify, as far as I know in this case, there are no records or videos or other independently authenticated evidence that would be admissible to show what the biological mother knew or should have known without the direct testimony of a witness who was in the house or enduring this abuse.
We don't know. They're due in court next month, both being held on a $100,000 bond. But in that enabling case, and the only thing we know through news reports is that the couple had argued that they had no idea, that they didn't know that this very young girl was full-term pregnant and about to give birth, which I think when you just hear that, and the DA said, this girl was, quote, petite, which is, saying that it just doesn't, I think for a lot of people, they hear that and they're like, that's just not true. If you're a prosecutor and that's actually their defense, I mean, how do you attack that argument and break it down if this was actually to get to a trial?
Well, I would say, if anything, that claim that they had no idea that she was pregnant supports the neglect charge. Because if the 11-year-old was built the way the prosecutor described, she was petite, she was, I have a 13-year-old and an 11-year-old, and I can envision both of their bodies. You notice the changes in their bodies because they're happening so rapidly, especially in that prepubescent stage. And so I think, if anything, that is supportive evidence of the neglect charge, because it goes to show that she wasn't going to school. No teachers or guidance counselors or other school administrators or social workers were seeing a change in her. There were no social services coming to the house to observe changes in her. There were no doctor's visits or pediatrician visits that would show any change in weight or change in body shape or the onset of puberty. So it just goes to show that over this length of time, and if the child was born at full term, over this length of almost 40 weeks, there was no care and no other adult paying attention to the changes in this 11-year-old's body and in this 11-year-old's life. If anything, that is just further support and further evidence for the neglect charge.
And speaking of the neglect charges, because I think that's also a big part of this. I mean, you have the horrific allegations related to the oldest child in the home, who's 11, but there's 5 other children who live in this house. And there was a neighbor who said this house hadn't had running water for 2 to 3 years. And we'll see how true that is. But and I know there's parts of this country that people are not fortunate enough to have running water every single day. But then at the same time, you say for these young kids to grow up in an environment that just seems to be very, very severe squalor. In the eyes of the law, typically, what is the bar for what is considered neglect, as opposed to just growing up in a very difficult reality for many people, especially in rural parts of the country where they just don't have access to things like running water?
This is a cluster of thousands of the newest NVIDIA B200 GPUs housed in Supermicro servers. Now we get to show you around this high-end Lambda AI cluster worth.
Right. I think the law does take into consideration the very unfortunate disparities in socioeconomic statuses that exist in Oklahoma and in all parts of the country. So in order to establish the felonious neglect charge in Oklahoma, the neglect has to be willful or malicious. So it's not just the result of parents or caregivers who are of lesser means or who don't have access to certain supports or certain, I'll go so far as to say, luxuries. But the law in Oklahoma does cover a broad range of scenarios where a person who is in charge of a child's health and safety and welfare, like a parent, a guardian, even a step-parent, would willfully fail to provide adequate care. So again, we're going back to establishing an intentionality. So there has to be, for reasons beyond poverty, an intentional lack of proper care, like adequate food, clothing, or shelter, or sanitation, or hygiene, or appropriate education, like the child not going to school or being homeschooled for at least a year, not being seen by medical or dental or behavioral health professionals, not having sufficient supervision. So these all come down to, again, the intentionality of what the caregiver, the parent knew or should have known, and then was willfully, intentionally neglecting to provide to that child.
It's you know, defense attorney's not an easy job. Everybody deserves a defense, but if for a defense attorney who would take on, maybe it's a public defender, you know, whatever it may be, for Dustin Walker, and you have this DNA test that links him to a child, given birth by a child, which is just so awful to think about. Like, what is his defense if this goes? Like, how do you handle this case? I mean, does it even go to trial, I guess, with how strong the evidence appears against him?
Well, I can't answer that because, of course, every defendant has an absolute right, constitutional right, to confront his accusers and has an absolute right to go to trial. So I'm sure that the defense attorney who takes on this case will have a full and candid conversation with the defendant about what his various options are, what possible what possible outcomes would be to any of those choices. So I would say if the case did go to trial at this point, with the science that exists, the forensic evidence that exists, probably the biggest argument or the most effective defense would be to argue the science. To say that there is that very slim margin of error in the DNA testing and the paternity testing that leaves open the possibility that he's actually not the father. They could certainly argue the admissibility of the other records that we talked about, things like birth records or medical records, for lacking authentication, for the appropriate foundation that would be laid to establish those records as admissible in court. And so this really does come down not so much to factual arguments or emotional arguments about the righteousness of these actions or the propriety or even the mistake of age, because that defense doesn't exist in a case with a child this young. But they really would come down to the more legal, almost administrative arguments, like the authenticity of the records and the veracity or reliability of the science that would be presented in the form of the DNA testing.
When it comes to excluding evidence, because and very, very different case I'm referencing, but in the Idaho case of Bryan Kohberger, they tried to exclude the DNA evidence that had linked him to it. We've seen in the past that, you know, the argument of, well, DNA, it might be some shaky science that the defense attorneys have tried to make. What is the bar that you would have to reach to actually get something like a paternity test excluded from a trial?
So that's a great question. So it comes down to the rules of evidence. It's in Title 7 or Chapter 7 of the Rules of Evidence regarding expert testimony. And there are two standards for expert testimony in court. Oklahoma follows a case called Daubert. And the standard there is reliability. So the question is going to be, is this reliable science? Is the opinion, when I say the expert opinion, I mean the person who analyzed the DNA results, looked at the sample from the 11-year-old and looked at the sample from the defendant, her stepfather, and compared them and did the math and did the forensic analysis to determine that there was whatever percentage chance there was that he was in fact the father. They would have to do what's known as a Daubert challenge to say that that science was not reliable and that the person who was doing that analysis didn't have the sufficient expertise to render that opinion. And so it really comes down to the trial judge in Oklahoma, being the gatekeeper for that evidence and determining whether or not it's reliable enough for a fact finder to consider.
And then just lastly, for this young girl who has been through so much based off everything we've been told and the allegations in this case, at just 11 years old, I mean, she's not, I would just say, old enough to be able to care for a child. I mean, she's still a child herself. What could happen to her? I mean, especially if there is not a family, we don't know if there's some distant relative that could come in, but if there isn't, I mean, what's the case for her, but also this baby?
The only thing I can say to that is, I hope that she is being provided the supports and the social services that she so desperately, clearly needs. She needs a safe and supportive environment in which herself to grow and to develop and to be able to make informed decisions, because clearly that has not been her experience, at least for the past year. And she needs to be in a place where she can very clearly consider what her future can be or would be if she wanted to be a parent at the age of 11, or what other options exist for her at this point. I would think that if there is no immediate family or family support who would be willing to take her in, take her child in, take her siblings in, that this would be a situation where the Oklahoma foster system comes into place, and hopefully she can be provided a safe placement and supportive placement so she can make a decision regarding her future.
Yeah, no, it just, what a very difficult story. Marion Bracha, practice professor at law at Temple University. Thank you for taking the time to be with us to talk about it.
Thanks, Chris. Good to see you.
The Walkers are expected in court next month. That will do it for On the Case, presented by Law and Crime. Subscribe to us on YouTube.
I'll say this right here. This is a sick situation, in my personal opinion. I feel so sorry. Imagine that 11-year-old. Y'all know for a fact, for an 11-year-old to give full birth, that means she was closer, because here's the thing, you're actually pregnant, not for 9 months, but actually 10 months, right? Because they don't count the first month of conception, okay? So that means that this man had been essaying this child since way before she turned 10 years old. Before she ever, he probably doing what he did threw this child into puberty early, to tell you the God-honest truth. I pray that they get thrown under the jail. I really, truly do. I just pray that, nobody plays with these people. And, it's sad to see that, and they can willfully prove, no matter what that man said, what that lady said about the mom knowing about the abuse, because how could you not know that a petite 11-year-old is pregnant? You knew about the abuse. Obviously, if the child is 11 years old, and the grandmother tried to explain it away as in, well, she told us she was messing with the neighbor boy. Y'all are some sick individuals. Why would you protect a man who would do this? He ain't even a man, in my opinion, to a child. Like the Naziah Harris case, all these cases, why would you protect a man, a dude, over a child? I'm going to say this, I really can't stand the fact that Madeline Soto's mama got away with it. She knew that dude was touching her kid. She sold her kid to him pretty much. That is true, Miss Mandy. Now, I will say my child was homeschooled from the time he was little, but my child also has a disability, which is different. But I do believe that if children are homeschooled, this is just my personal opinion, every so many years, I do believe a CPS worker should check on them. I do believe that, because a lot of kids fall through the wayside. That's why I didn't get so angry when CPS showed up to my house with the CPS people, because they were doing their job and doing what was right. You know what I'm saying? What if my kid was one of those kids that fall through, the cracks? And then sudden withdrawals are really the ones they should really be paying a close attention to. Because, yeah. But even then, I do believe, because those kids, now if those kids see doctors like my son saw, I could see waver in that. Because my son saw a physical therapist, an occupational therapist, a surgeon, a neurologist, eye doctor, eye specialist, a dentist, and his regular physician. And then on top of that, what was that other one? Did I say a surgeon? So he had 9 or 10 doctors, right? He had quite a few doctors in his life. If in case he had been abused whatsoever, I would have been reported on. But for those kids that don't and are normal, I believe they should do a check on those kids. I really do. I think they should, especially the ones who don't go to the doctors like they should and don't do the things that they should. They should check on them because something is used, like, that's just for the protection of children. You know what I'm saying? The protection of a child. But like if your kid goes to see 15 different doctors, you would get reported on if you were abusive in any which way, because they're mandated reporters. You get what I'm saying? Like, so if your kid goes to physical therapy once a week or twice a week for like 5-10 years and goes to occupational therapy, goes to like 50 different thousand doctors, yeah, you would have been reported on. But for those kids that they homeschool from the, like, when they're, you know, and they don't go see a doctor, they don't do this, they don't do that, those should be checked more, in my opinion, because a lot of kids fall to the wayside. And it's good that my area does their due diligence. You know what I'm saying? Mississippi has gotten really good with their CPS. I applaud Mississippi's Child Protective Services. Y'all are amazing in what y'all do. And I just want to say thank y'all for always looking out for the best interest of children. You know, and so, you know, I didn't get angry about that because I understood where she was coming. It hurt my feelings or hurt my heart that somebody would do that over internet bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But I knew that I'm always on point. My child is well taken care of, you know, so I wasn't worried about it per se. It was just having to deal with it because of somebody being an asshole on the internet. You know what I'm saying? Was the only problem. But like, I'm glad my area does their due diligence, and I wish more would take it seriously, because I have looked at many cases working through true crime and looking at it where especially special needs children slip through the cracks and get severely abused and things like that. I've seen it with, you know, this quite often. And that's just my personal opinion. You know, I think that they should be more paid closely attention to. A lot of kids do fall through the cracks, and it's sad. What was this 11-year-old like doing, and how did not nobody notice she was pregnant? And then they said they knew she was pregnant. The grandmother misspoke on an interview, and it's publicized, so you can find it. The grandmother said she knew the girl was pregnant. So the mom and dad knew she was pregnant. It wasn't I didn't know she was pregnant. They tried to claim that now, but the grandmother said that she said she was pregnant by a neighbor boy. So they knew she was pregnant and didn't get her any help. So that right there proves the neglect. You know, a 11-year-old is pregnant and you didn't get her no medical help. You didn't possibly try to have an abortion for an 11-year-old. Here's my thing. I think, now this is just my personal opinion, this is all alleged. I think the mama wanted the 11-year-old to have the baby so she could have another baby. And I think something went wrong, and that's why they had to call 911, because they didn't know what they were doing. And they could have very well ended the life of that baby and that child, that 11-year-old. But I think the mama wanted the child to have the baby so she could have another baby. I think she's that sick. And I hope they both go down for this and nobody cuts a deal. That's true. That's the only thing I hate about it, Miss Mandy, is when people do this shit on the internet. What so happens? You know what I'm saying? Like, what so happens if, like, they did get a wild hair up the ass and something happened to your child? I'm going to tell you this. If something would have happened to my child, I'd be in prison right now. And that person would no longer be here. if something had happened to my child, because my child is my everything. And I'll tell you something, I'll go to hell or jail for my child. I think that I think that it was right after the baby was born, because something happened during childbirth. They basically stated, if I'm not mistaken, now I could be wrong, but I think I'm not mistaken, that it was right after she gave birth, and it was because something happened. I guess they're not when didn't know how to cut the cord, or possibly she was bleeding too much. They ran into issues and didn't know what to do. And so they called 911. That's the only reason they called 911, to tell you the truth. I believe they didn't understand when a woman has the afterbirth, she bleeds a lot. And I believe when the little girl went to bleeding a lot, they freaked out, which is good, It's not a bad thing that they're dumb enough to not know that. And it's good that the child and the baby are alive and well. It's sad that an 11-year-old had to carry a baby because of rape by her stepfather. It's sad that an 11-year-old's body had to go through that. A petite 11-year-old could just, I want people to stop and think about this. Anybody who rewatches this or is in the sound of my voice, thinking about an 11-year-old having to carry a baby for 9 months and all the things that it does to your body, and then go through labor and delivery. An 11-year-old, a baby, having a baby, how dangerous that was, for one. Two, she should have never had to go through that in the first place. Yep, that's true. Think about it. The mama will be in high school trying to pick up the baby from elementary school. Think about it like this. The mama of that baby's only 11 years older than that child. That means when the child turns 21, the mama will be 32. How do you explain that your mom's only 11 years older than you? Think about an 11-year-old trying to do all that. And I bet you 100 to 1 that they left all them other kids on that 11-year-old to take care of all of them. I bet you 100 to 1 all the house chores and everything was probably left on them kids, because that mama looks like one of them lazy bitches that be laying on the couch all the time and don't give a fuck. She looked like that type. Y'all know what time? Get such and such, such and such. I'm going to go take a nap. Hey, Mr. Get to Know. We was just talking about that case of Sherry and what's his name, where the 11-year-old wound up pregnant by her stepfather. And they pulled her out of school, pulled the kids out of school. They didn't have running water in the house for I don't know how long. And they tried to have the 11-year-old have the baby at home, and something went bad. And that's the only reason they got caught. Hold on just a minute, y'all. Yeah, it was like 2 to 3 years, Miss Mandy, that they didn't have running water in that house. Hey, Pain Like Vein, how you doing? Yeah, an 11-year-old. 11-year-old will be in, let me see, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that would be kindergarten, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth grade. 5th or 6th grade. Possibly 7th, depending on when the birthday rolls around. But 5th or 6th grade. Well, what I'm counting, it'll be 6th grade. In junior high. Not even in junior high, in elementary school. Because 6th grade's really not considered junior high. Junior high is 7th and 8th grade. So the child wasn't even in 7th and 8th grade. The child was a 6th grader, supposed to be in 6th grade. Thank you, Mr. Get to Know, for being a member for 3 months. A 6th grader. She was a 6th grader. Yeah. Ain't that messed up? A 6th grader, not even in junior high. Not even in junior high. And he had been messing with this child since before she was 11. She was only 10 when she got pregnant, or probably had just fixing to turn 11, or had just turned 11 when she had the baby. So if the child was 10 at the time, she was in 5th grade when she got pregnant, or supposed to be in 5th grade when she got pregnant. A baby. Oh, yeah, I very much so doubt. I bet that the children are going to have to make up for all that they've lacked. See, what you do when you homeschool, let me give some information out here. This is a Reach One, Teach One moment. If you're going to homeschool your kids, in every area, every school district has this. You can go on your government website, the school website, and get all of the curriculum you're supposed to teach for every single grade. Okay, you can get the curriculum from your local school district. Okay, then you can go online and you can buy the books. You're supposed to do that. Like, it's not that all you have to do if you're going to homeschool your kids is you have to go by whatever law or state law that you have in your area. My area, I had to sign a piece of paper with the superintendent outlining my reasonings for homeschooling my child. So I had to report that, you know what I'm saying, to the state superintendent and to the board. And I had to report it to the school system, right, of where we lived originally. That's why when the person called this school system, my son wasn't living in this district, dummy. Anyway, so you have to report that. After you report that, they put that on file. Okay. Then you have to go and you look at the school system, and you go to your local. Every school has a website, right? You go to the website, you can find the curriculum. It's really not that hard to do. And then you go online and you find all the books that you need for that. You can buy most of the books. They actually do also have a program called K through 12. It's an online website where your kid can take school online. They also have different online schools that your kid can be enrolled in. All right. So a lot of people don't know that, but that's just something that you may or may not need to know. It's sad that a baby was pregnant. I'm going to say this, that stepdaddy and me, I'm going to tell you this, if my child had come up like that and I knew he was the one, baby, they'd be getting caught and I'd be in an orange jumpsuit. I would be in an orange jumpsuit. You heard me? I'd be up there for a murder charge, my damn self. And I would be pleading temporary insanity because he did something to my child. I temporarily insane, and I took his ass out. Hey, Miss Linda. Like, I would be in jail. I'm just saying, I don't know how many, I'm pretty sure a lot of parents agree with me. If that was your child, wouldn't you go to jail? I would be in jail. I would have a murder charge. I would straight up have a murder charge. I'd be smiling in my mugshot too. Because he ain't going to breathe another day on this earth after doing that to my kid. I'm just saying. But then I also think about retrospectively playing devil's advocate. I would need to be there for my kid, and I would prosecute his ass to the fullest extent of the motherfucking law and make sure he never got out of jail. But I'd probably go to jail for murder. I probably would be rocking that orange jumpsuit because I would snap. I would be on the next episode of Snap if somebody had did that to my kid. I'm telling you, I would claim third-party self-defense. Shoot, I'm going to say this right now. I'd be claiming insanity, temporary insanity. I'd be on the next episode of Snapped. Why did you snap? Somebody touched my kid. My kid wound up pregnant by this motherfucker. And you can prove it by when you get your child an abortion, because I wouldn't make my 11-year-old go through that. When they do the DNA test of the fetus, they would prove that it was his kid. And that's why you went crazy. You see what I'm saying? Uh-huh. Ooh, that sounds good, Miss Linda. Miss Linda's been canning peaches all morning, plus making peach sauce. She said she done for the day. When she cleaned this shit up, better not nobody bother her all damn day long. She gonna put her feet up and she gonna rest and y'all better not call for her. She gonna rest, damn it. Yeah, Racing Stars did saucy yesterday. So I'm gonna need some peaches from Miss Linda to give to somebody. I'm not a peach person, but I'll give it to somebody else, mom and daddy, or my son or my hubby. But I do want the salsa dough, Racing Stars. Y'all gonna have to start sending me some of y'all's canning products. Damn. Y'all gonna have to start sending me some. Damn. I want some. I really want the salsa. If you make apple butter jelly, I better get a damn jar. I'm just saying. If you make some apple jelly or some apple preserves or something like that, I better get a jar. Or we're gonna be fighting. We're gonna be fighting in the streets. We're gonna be fighting. And if you got cake, you better share, damn it. Or Charlie gonna be on the next episode of Snap. They didn't share the cake with me. Okay. But these cases of people leaving their kids in hot cars, these young kids having babies and trying to hide it. I'm going to say this. A lot of the ones where the kids are trying to hide pregnancies and stuff are because either the parents are extremely strict in one way, shape, or another. The child is too afraid to speak to the parents, right? They're too afraid to talk to him. My son tells me everything. Sometimes I wish my son would keep something to himself, but I love him and I love the fact that he tells me everything. So here's the thing. My son comes and talks to me about everything. You know what I'm saying? And so I know that if that were to be the opposite, I know he would come to me about something like that. And he would know he's not going to get in trouble for it. You got to have an open dialogue with your children. Open dialogue where they know they won't get in trouble, that they don't have to fear talking to you about certain things. You know what I'm saying? And teach your kids about safe sex and how one time can cause a pregnancy. And that condoms aren't always 100%. When your young girls start going through puberty, ask them if they want to be put on contraceptives for whatever reason. Here's another thing. For some young girls, we have extremely rough periods, and those contraceptives can make them not as bad. They can make them where they're not as bad. And don't trust the pill. Don't trust the patch or the NuvaRing for that matter. I've got a friend that's got a kid off of each one of those. Her first pregnancy was from the pill. Her second pregnancy was from the patch. Her third pregnancy was from the NuvaRing. Yep, all three of her kids were conceived while she was on contraceptives. All three of them. So you got to teach them not just to use the contraceptives, but to use condoms on top of that. And don't get the cheap ones. I'm going to tell you this. If I knew my son was going to be sexually active, I'm going to go buy him some motherfucking good ass condoms. I'm not going to let him go buy the little cheap ones from the dispenser in the bathroom. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to go get him the best ones out there. I'm just telling you. I'm not going to let my son run around without one. Because here's the thing. It's not just pregnancy you have to prevent from. There's STDs out there and things that you can't cure. You got the herp out there. Herpes is non-curable. You got the 3 letters. That's non-curable. You know what I'm saying? That's life-threatening. So not only am I going to make sure that he is protected sexually so he doesn't get an STD, but also so there's no baby possibility. And you know what I'm saying? Until he's ready. And we should we should teach our children this. And I'm going to say this. Any man or woman, because women can be sexual abusers too, who touches a child deserves the death penalty. That's just my personal opinion. Anybody who touches a child for lustful purposes, and especially getting an 11-year-old pregnant, or getting pregnant by an 11-year-old or whatever. I said cake, Mr. Get to Know. I said cake. And if they don't share the cake, we all gonna fight. We're gonna be on the ground, y'all. But you should teach your children safe sex. Don't preach abstinence, yes, until they're ready and with someone that they care about, because it's going to be, here's the thing, you want to remember losing your virginity in a good way, not a bad way. My parents also taught me as a kid that when I go to a party, and I've taught this to my son, if you set down your drink, it's no longer your drink. Don't turn your head away from your drink. Like turn your head for like 2.5 seconds. Don't let somebody else get your attention to turn your head because somebody could slip something in your drink, right? If I didn't make the drink, I'm not drinking the drink. My parents taught me that because they knew that young kids go to parties, they sneak off. My parents wasn't dumb, right? They didn't try to act like I was going to be Miss Patty Perfect. Your children are not going to be Patty Perfect. If they don't go, hey, that's awesome. My kid didn't run the street and do that stuff. But prepare them for the worst case scenarios so that when or if it happens, they know what not to do. My child also knows, and I knew this, if I was ever in a situation to where I felt unsafe, I could call my parents. They would come pick me up. No questions asked. I wouldn't be in trouble. Same thing for my son. If he did happen to get himself in a situation, he knows that he can pick up the phone and call me, and he's not going to get any trouble. You have to make sure you teach your children this. And please, for the love of God, don't think that your kid's never going to do anything wrong, because you know what you did as a kid too. So don't be thinking that, and make sure your child knows if they're ever in a situation that they feel unsafe to call you. I'm going to say this, a lot of aunts and uncles preach this to your nieces and nephews also. If they're ever in a situation and they feel uncomfortable or unsafe, to call you. And they won't get in no trouble for it. You know what I'm saying? Because then they know that they have a trusted adult. You know what I'm saying? So you got to make sure, and that's true, damn it, Manny. The boy has no law that makes him stick around, but she will be stuck with that child. And not saying that a child is necessarily a mistake or anything like that, but it would be for a young kid. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I say it's better to be safe than sorry. It's also good to, like, you hope for the best scenario for your kid, that they don't get in any trouble, they don't do anything crazy, and that, you know, you, the parent, can be different. But let's say worst case scenario happens. Would you rather them be unprepared or prepared for the situation to where they can make logical, good decisions because you've given them all the tools they'll need? Can y'all hear my dog snoring? She's over here snoring. It's so cute. Anyway, you would rather give them all the tools and things that they might need. You know what I'm saying? Instead of setting your kid up for failure, thinking they won't do it. You know, kids get curious, kids end up doing things. Prepare your kid for all things, good and bad. You hope they don't do it, but if they decide to do something, you want to make sure that they're prepared. You want to hope that they would take the teachings you give them and apply them. Not saying they still can't make mistakes, not saying that they're always going to follow your teaching, because some kids are rebellious. But, you know, to have that open dialogue with your kid is a very good thing. That, yeah, no parent's happy that you get that call, but you were proud that she trusted you enough and loved you enough and knew to call you instead of putting herself in a bad situation, right? Because that could have ended worse if she didn't call you, right? You could have been getting a call that your child was unalived. You could have been getting a call that your child was SA'd. You could have been getting a call that was a hell of a lot worse than your kid calling you, say, Mom, Dad, I kind of got drunk and I need y'all to come pick me up. You would rather get that call than the police calling you. Am I wrong to any parent out there? Would you rather get your call and be a little disappointed in your kid, or would you rather get a call that something happened? I would very much so rather get a call from my kid and be a little bit upset and, a little bit, disappointed than I would be to get a call that my child was so scared to call me that they rode with somebody while drunk and got unalived, or that they put themselves in a bad situation and got SA'd, or that they got unalived by getting in the car with the wrong person, right? I would so much rather my child call me and go, Mom, I'm not safe, come save me, than a call from the police. You get what I'm saying? Or a knock at my door. I would so rather get that call that my kid was mature enough to call me for help. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I tell people, don't think that your kids ain't going to do shit, because they are. We all know this. And like this way, you're not giving permission for your child to just go do shit. What you're telling them is, if you find yourself in that situation, you know what I'm saying? Know that I may be upset with you. I may be disappointed in you, but you're not going to get in any trouble. And we will talk about it once the situation's over with. Because here's the thing, you also have to talk to your kids. And if you make a mistake as a parent, don't be ashamed to say, I'm sorry. Like, if you mess up, admit your mess ups. That way a kid knows, parents, we're not always perfect either. We make mistakes, and it's okay to make mistakes, right? And this shows them accountability, that if you are strong enough to take accountability for your actions, they are too. When I had a conversation with my son, he lied to me one time in his entire life. Once. And the next time I thought he was lying. So if you lie to me once, I'm going to think you're lying again. And I looked at him, I said, I'm sorry for accusing you of that. This is why we don't lie. If you notice, before, I would have never not believed you because you always told me the truth, correct? He goes, yeah. I said, well, you lied to me that one time. Now I think everything you tell me is a lie, so I don't want to believe you. So this is why we don't lie. And since then, he has never told me another lie, because he knows that if he doesn't lie, I automatically believe him. But if he lies to me, then I start questioning everything he says. It taught him a very valuable lesson on why he doesn't lie, right? But I did apologize for not believing him and explain to him why I didn't, so that he could see me take accountability. You see what I'm saying? He could see me as an adult take accountability for my actions. We lead by example. Our children look at us as an example. I will say this way up, dude. I got whooped with a belt and switches. My son did too, and he raised up the right way. This soft parenting bullshit, that shit don't fucking work. The fuck you mean? You want to know the best way, though, to really get a kid? You ain't got to whoop them. You ain't even got to spank them most time. You want to know the best way to get your kid? Touch their heartstrings. You know your kid better than anybody. If you tell your kid, I am ashamed of you and I'm ashamed of your motherfucking behavior, I don't even want to look at you right now. Go to your room. That'll hurt them more than any ass whooping ever would. Tell you the truth. Tell you the truth. You really want to get a kid? That's the way to do it. That's what worked with me. A lot of kids be hard-headed and whoopings don't work. But if you tell them you ashamed they have it and they know better, like this is the exact way to say it. I'm ashamed of your behavior. You know better than that. I have taught you better than that. Go to your room. I don't even want to talk to you right now. Don't want to look at you. You've lost all your privileges. You don't have your phone, your game, and nothing. I want you to sit and think about your actions. That's it. That's simple. It works every time. It really does. Every single time it works. I'm going to say this. It works in multiple different ways. A lot of these kids nowadays, you hurt them feelings a little bit, them fifis. Oh, that's the way to go, I'm telling you. My son is one of the most respectful young men you will ever meet in your life. He don't disrespect me. He doesn't talk back to me. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't really have to do nothing crazy. Like he had a few little instances here and there. But I just got blessed. I'll say I'm very highly blessed with the amazing child that I have. Extremely intelligent. And I think that's, and he has a big old heart on him. He's a big boy, big tall boy, right? It takes after my dad. My dad's a big old man. And he has a big heart on him. And the best way that I found to ever get him in was to touch on them heartstrings. Yeah, it's not, because I'm going to tell you something. This cruel world ain't going to be soft on them. Teaching your kid not to lose is not a good thing. They can't always be winners. Like, participation trophies need to go away. If the kid don't win, the kid don't win. Let them learn failure at a young age, because if they don't, when they hit this real world and that shit hits them for the first time, oh, they're going to lose their shit. They're going to lose their shit. This world is cruel. It really is. And you trying to, yes, you should be your child's safe space when the world is evil, right? Have a good day, Miss Linda. But you can't let them not fall. They have to be able to fall. All right. Hey, Mr. DJ Calma, add you. Okay. Add stage.
What's up, sweetheart? What's up, sweetheart?
I was just on the preaching end of, this stuff with gentle parenting and all that stuff. You gotta let kids fall. They gotta be able to fail occasionally. If they don't make the team, they didn't make the team. Try again harder next year.
It's detrimental to every aspect of their life if you do. Like, I say it all the time, and I stand firmly on this. Participation trophies is when this country fucked up, and it's been on a downhill slide ever since then. I know what it's like to lose. I've lost more games than I've won. Like, I played football 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th grade, and we didn't win one fucking game. But we tried harder every year, and I know what it's like to lose. You know what I mean? And like with my wife and I, with our kids, we've always had open communication with them, and but we couldn't stress them. They'd get mad at us and stuff, and I'm like, well, look, we're not perfect parents. There's no such thing as a perfect parent. This is my first time being a parent, just like this is your first time being a teenager. I happen to know what it's like to be a teenager because I've been there. So I can kind of relate to you guys. We can kind of relate to you guys. But when it comes to being a parent, there's no book about being a parent. You got to write your own goddamn book about being a parent.
Mm-hmm.
And like, we're not perfect. We're going to make mistakes. But when you do, like you're saying, own up to them. Because as soon as your kids find out that you're lying to them, it's all over. That distrust will always be there.
Yeah,
So,
and like that's why, like, you know, when I made the mistake of thinking, because my son had lied to me once previously, that he was still lying, and I accused him of something. I stood up, and was like, "Hey, look, I am sorry," and there wasn't no but behind it. It's, I'm sorry for accusing you. That this is what you got to realize. So if you hadn't lied to me that last time, I wouldn't have done that this time,
we
because I would
wouldn't
have
be having this
automatically believed
discussion
you.
right now.
We wouldn't be having this discussion right now. Pretty much, just the reasoning why behind it. But I am apologizing for accusing you. I shouldn't have done that, but this is the reason why. And if you hadn't have done that, I would have never accused you of anything at all. Because haven't I always in the past, that's what I said, haven't I always believed you when you told me something? He goes, yeah. I said, what changed that? The day I lied to you? I said, yep. I said, and since then, he's not lied to me again. He learned that lesson from one time.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, then.
But then that's the thing. You got to explain to them things. You got to you just got to have communication, period, all the way around. If you can.
Yep. A lot of parents don't communicate with the kids. They go, because I said so. Because I said so isn't an answer.
Yeah, it's a way to brush them off. It's a way to get rid of them, and like
You're bugging me.
like you're saying, like I said in my comment, like my daughter called us when she was 14. She was drunk off her ass, and she said, "I need you to come get me." Were we happy she was drunk? Well, of course not. Of course not. But she wasn't in trouble. She did the responsible thing. And we brought her home, and we had a discussion about it the next day. And she's like, "I know, I apologize." And I said, "Well, now we're on the same page." You know what I mean? And when she was 13 years old, she called us. She called us, kind of funny, but she called us. It was like 1:30 in the morning. She was at a friend's house. Her and a few friends decided they wanted to get a soda from the store, which is like 3 blocks away from their house. They snuck out. Well, they were spotlighted by a police officer, and it was like 3 in the morning, and they were spotted by a police officer, so they took off running, and they hid under their car. My daughter calls me. She's like, Dad, I need you to come get me. We're hiding under a car. I'm like, what the fuck? What are you doing? What are you doing calling me at 3 o'clock in the morning? First of all, what do you mean you're hiding under a car? Well, I went and got her, went and hid her out from the police, got her so she didn't get in trouble. But I was like, okay, look, this is the problem. No, let's not do this again. Was I happy? No, but
You would rather her call you than something bad happen.
yeah, I'd rather have her call me than something bad happen, have the police catch her, and it's just a whole world of bullshit I don't need or want.
That puts them in a situation where they don't have anybody that they can tell when they do, certain things. But if you're close to your kid, then for a fact they're going to call you if something happens.
Regardless of what the situation is. Like my kids, our kids have never been grounded. Never been grounded. And it's because we just tell them, lead by example. This is what I did, and this is why I don't want you to do it. And you know what I mean? So it's just, yeah. Yeah, because we all know what we were doing in teenage years, for shit's sake. If my kids did half of the things I did at 14, 15, 16 years old, I'd be in a casket right now. You know what I mean?
We just pray they do better than what we have done. And I'm going to say this. I am blessed that my almost 18-year-old child has never been in trouble. He's never had a sip of alcohol. He chooses, not me, he chooses not to have social media for his own purposes. He only has a gaming group that he's been a part of for quite a few years, and they're like his family to him now because they've been friends for so long. I used to listen to their conversations. Like, I'd be sitting there while they'd have it was the cutest shit. Because one of his little friends go, "Okay, Mom." And like, I would sit there and listen to their conversations when they would talk. And they've been friends for years now. They're like brothers and sisters at this point.
Oh,
you know
yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah.
And so all he has is Discord. And he's anonymous on Discord, to tell you the truth. My son is like smart as hell when it comes to internet safety. And so he refuses to have that. And I kind of agree with Race Stars. You have to be their parent first and
I was
then
just
they're
going to say
friends.
something.
You can the only time that it becomes a friend type thing is when they get older.
Yes.
But you're still their parent above
Yes.
all.
Like we had our kids. We were having a conversation with our kids, and we're talking about best friends and stuff. And my daughter looked at my wife, and she was like, "Well, my mom's my best friend," and my son was like, "Well, my dad's my best friend." I was like, "No, listen." You know, my wife was like, "No, I'm not. I'm your parent." I'm like, our kids are looking at our kids. Our kids are looking at us like, "Well, what do you mean?" So we explained to them, "Look, your best friend is the one that helps you go. The one is the one that's with you when you're running from the cops, hiding underneath the police car or underneath the car. Your friends are the ones that are out there getting in trouble with you, and that's not what a parent does." Now, have I went and done some high school graffiti tagging on our rocks around here with my kid? Absolutely, I have, because he wouldn't have done it any other way. But that's all in fun with school, you know what I mean? So, but you can't be. You can either be their best friend or their parent, and unfortunately, a lot of people choose to be their kids' best friend.
though, but first, you're a parent first.
Yeah, you got to be.
You got to
A
be a
parent
parent first, yes. And the problem that we have in today's society is a lot of these people are trying to be their kid's best friend. And, oh, yeah, I'll let you drink at 16 or 15 or 14, and we'll have a party at the house. And so you could be like the most popular kid. And I'm like, hell no, because you ain't going to get me what would contribute to the delinquency of a minor. Hell no, I ain't going to jail for this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? In fact, you better not be. We're going to be having some issues.
Right. Well, see, here in Idaho, we have I don't think it's just here in Idaho, but like my son's 19 years old, and I occasionally let him have a beer or two with me when I'm having a beer at home, and it's not against the law to do that.
Oh no, if they're over 18, as long as they have parental consent in most states.
Yeah, in Idaho,
that's the law.
It's even under 18. So it's 16 and up in Idaho. But I'm just saying, you know what I mean? So, and like when I was a teenager, like my mom told me, she's like, "Look, I would rather have you and your friends come over here. If you guys are going to go out and drink, we know you're going to go out and drink. We can't stop you. Once you guys leave this house, we're not in control." And she was just like, "We'd rather have you just be here where we know you're safe and you're drinking with your friends and just be safe." So that's what my mom and dad did. And when we did, my mom would gather up everybody's keys and say, "Your guys' cars are stuck here until the morning. You're not leaving here. If you guys need to be home, I'll give you rides, and that's just the way it's going to be. If you don't want it, if you don't like that, got a problem with it, get out of my house." You know?
Well, I've known some parents like that and stuff. Like my parents told me when I became a certain age, like I was 19, right, that we would rather you do it here at home than if you go out there and get hurt, right? But I was 19 at the time. You know, I wasn't like a 14, 13, 15-year-old child. I was older. Now, I'm not saying when I was 16, 17, I didn't go to barn parties and go in the backyard and have bonfires at my brother's house and get drunk as hell. I'm not saying I didn't do that. Because I totally did. I also can tell on myself now because statute of limitation is ripped up. I didn't drink after turning 21. Everything that I ever drank, I was 16 or 17 years old.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Because I had a kid. I got pregnant at 20 with my son. And I actually got a liver disease from pregnancy.
Oh, wow.
So I obviously cannot drink now that I have non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. So I've had one drink, and my doctor, actually two. My doctor said I could, because I talked to my doctor about it, obviously, before I did anything. I have a specialist for my liver, and I wanted to try wine at a fancy steakhouse, and he said I could. And then I was going to a wedding, and they had an open bar type situation. I was like, what amount can I have? And he told me what they call the recommended dosage, which is 1 shot glass, 1 beer, 1 glass of wine, like of a certain amount. And you know that little thing that they have for drunk driving, where they have that little chart. That's basically all I can have. So that's why I don't drink. That's not enough to even give me a buzz.
Right.
So why would I drink? What's the use of it? Because I have a high tolerance. When I say a high tolerance, I've drunk an alcoholic underneath the table. I made him pass out.
I've spent many days passed out on my neighbor's roof and shit. So yeah, I know what it's like to be hammered.
I have an extremely high tolerance to things like that. I guess because of my ADHD and physical pain. You know, so I have a very high tolerance to any kind of downer of any kind, even weed. When I used to smoke back in the day before I had my kid, I've always had a high tolerance compared to other people.
See, like my wife and I, we're not really heavy. Well, my wife's not a drinker really whatsoever. I like to drink my beers and shit. And in 21 years that my wife and I have been together, she's seen me drunk like maybe 5 times. And like my wife and I both grew up with alcoholic parents. So I just learned, that's not the way I want to be. So that's why I'm an alcoholic.
My ex was an alcoholic. So
Yeah. That whole feeling of not having control over your own body and shit. That's why I don't do cocaine, because I can't feel my face and that freaks me out. So, I just don't do it, I'm just saying. It's supposed to be a joke. You're supposed to laugh.
No, it made me think of that song too for some reason. What's the name of the song? So I can't feel my face. It's something about I can't feel my face.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. I can't think. I can't think of
I don't know why, but I was trying to figure out the song, and that's why I didn't laugh right away because I was over here trying to figure out what the name of that song was.
You got my wife's gears spinning too.
I'm gonna have to Google that right quick.
Right?
Oh, you cheater. Well, I guess there wasn't no rules established, so I guess it's really not cheating.
It's by
but
The
you're a cheater.
Weeknd. And the song is called "Can't Feel My Face."
Right.
I can't feel my face. That's all I remember is that part right there.
Oh yeah. See, and I won't listen to that song because it freaks me out because I don't like not feeling my face. You know what I mean? And this dude's like, they're all singing about it and shit. I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm like, I'm good.
That's
But-
the only part of the song is I remember is I think it goes, I can't feel my face when I'm with you. That's the only part.
That's it.
Oh, that's that song. I didn't know that's what the fuck they said.
The Weeknd, yeah, that's
Oh wow. Anyway, I'm gonna dip out of here. I just wanted to come up and share that little spot. You said something that really got me. I was gonna try not to come up here on panel because I like to just take conversations in the chat sometimes. But damn it, Charlie, you just got this. You just draw me in. Damn it.
I love you and Miss New Booty. And I'm just to get off here. Are y'all gonna be doing a live later tonight? I saw that. I got to go catch a replay you just did. I've been live for quite a while.
You're gonna love
it. It's huge. It's huge. It's huge. So I'll give you a little glimpse of what it's about. I just basically showed a video. It was released yesterday. So everybody's been waiting for this Epstein list to be released by whoever the hell and whatever the hell.
Now they're saying there's no list.
So government officials are now saying whatever, there's no list or whatever. I don't really get in all that shit. But what caught my attention because my wife told me about it is now a bunch of the victims of Epstein's Island are saying we're going to get together, we're coming together, and we're going to put our own fucking list together because who better to know who was there? Who better to know who was there than the people that were being victimized? So guess what?
I'll watch it.
It's great.
Mother, and then
She dropped Bill Clinton's name.
she dropped one huge name, and I mean, yes, we all know the Clintons and all their history and whatever, but 100% Bill Clinton's name was hammered down today.
So they're demanding for the government to release it, or they're going to start dropping names, basically.
So
Oh, I hope they drop the names. Here's the thing: all of them need to be exposed. Every damn one of them.
Absolutely.
100%.
Absolutely.
Because they're people that are in real position, like high power.
Power, yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Which is probably
See,
which is
we
probably
need
which
you
is
to get
prob-
on panel more, Miss Nabooty. I'm just saying.
I've been
That's what some people say.
I've been telling her, I was like, babe, I'm telling you, you'd blow up quicker than I did. Like I'm telling you, babe, people want you to start your own goddamn channel and do your own shit, babe. So just
I
keep
second
on
that.
encouraging her.
I'm just kind of shy. I don't know.
I told her like
I'll
just
come up there with you if you shot for the first time. I'll help out. I don't mind.
Okay.
Miss Charlie don't ever show her face.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you see me behind. I have videos of myself on my channel with my
Right.
face and myself, but I'm just sitting here because I'm too lazy to be on camera half the time. You don't have to be on camera all the time nadays.
I mean, right? And I mean, like sometimes I'm not wearing any pants, so I don't want to put pants on. So that's why I don't come on camera. That was a joke. You're supposed to laugh.
I may be naked right now. You don't know.
No, Charlie. We know you're naked right now. There ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Have a good day, everybody. Have the day you deserve. This is GTK. Get to know stop. One goal in mind. Stand tough on pedophilia, everybody. Laters.
Huggies, hey. Hey, Mr. D-Ham. Bye, Miss No Booty. I love you. Okay. I've been in this here because I've been here 4 hours, y'all. Y'all know I should have been gone by now. Y'all know I don't normally do but 1 to 2 hours. But I thought I'd give a little bit more today and whatnot. You jamming out? Oh, are you doing a jam live? Let me go over here and catch it. Let me catch that link. I'm gonna share you out. And if y'all will sit here for a minute, I'm gonna try to do a redirect, Mr. D-Ham, if I can. Let me go to my YouTube studios. Please sit here in the audience for me. Y'all will enjoy this live. I promise it's music, it's happiness, it's laughter, it's fun. Let me go over here and go to my customizations. And we're going to try to add a redirect to Mr. D-Ham. Let's see if I can find him on my list right quick. Let's see. Oh, I can't do it. It won't let me. It says redirect privileges needed. Ask the D-Ham Show 310 to add you as the redirect in their community page settings. You have it turned off where people can't redirect, boo. But what I will do, however, is drop the link right quick for y'all. So anybody that's in here right now with the listening ears, the link that I just posted in chat is just Mr. D-Ham Show. If you could please, go to that and make sure that you, visit Mr. D-Ham and send him a like and some love and everything. And I'll see you on these streets. I'm going to go over there and I'm going to listen to some music with Mr. D-Ham and say a happy birthday to BB, his moderator. Today is her birthday. So happy birthday, BB. I'll tell you again because I know you're moderating right now, but I just wanted to say it out loud. And happy birthday to anybody in Virgo season. Much love. Bye.
I'm from the TUP-ELO. I'm repping my hood, so love I'm gon' show from the TUP-ELO. I'm ripping my hood to the day that I go from the TUP-ELO. I'm ripping my hood, so love I'm gon' show from the TUP-ELO. I'm ripping my hood to the day that I go.
I'm from the west side, we don't need no introduction, this was the best ride. We all big boy rolling and holding, come take a test drive. Hilldale, Evergreen, Glenkirk, Adder Street, bending every corner on the west, and that's where I'll be. Sunroof back, Captain seat banging down 1800, chunking up the deuce to my post slanging down on 1800. Show no love to the ladies that's training round on 1800, making time stand still, crystalline swinging down on 1800. Watching out for them knuckleheads that be stanging round on 1800. Big rims and low pros be blanging round on 1800. Better completely change the way you're thinking about round 1800. Really hate to see you boys get left slanking around 1800. Out of street got some history, just let Captain C lay it out. If I don't finish it all on this one, let the second verse break it out. Remember the blue apartments from OG standing back there by 60 deep. Bull walking, car blue, a big Anthony using P.
I'm from the TUP-ELO. I'm ripping my